There's nothing to it. We're here. I was just saying, I feel like I need pom-poms. Hello and welcome, everybody. I hope you guys are all well and thriving, having a fantabulous, fantasticular, yeah, you heard that right, fantasticular day, everybody, all the guys, women too, why not? We can share and share alike. So much love to everybody. Peace, blessings, and honor on this fantastically awesome 28th of the 12th, which is a really interesting concept, number-wise. Brings us back to the universal 40. And then we're on adding to the universal 40. We then got 44. So that's 40 and 40 and 4. There's something quite interesting going on with the numbers. Which brings us back to the universal 12, which in itself is rather quite telling for the sacredness of the special numbers that are operating today. And we're starting off with a great kickoff team. We've got, and I'll just announce everybody in the order that they arrived. We have Indy Sage. He's our resident shadow worker and very deeply embedded into anthropology, as well as various different occult philosophies and therapeutics, and just a really stand-up guy that's been through a lot in life. It's hard knocks. He keeps getting up again. He burnt his hand, so we'll be sending out a prayer for his hand to heal. And we've also got dear brother Stein Fawkes. Those of you must know him from the Greyhorns. He's been running his podcast like it's a marathon. It's day and night. 25 hours a day, 8 days a week, and he's doing like 4 podcasts a day or 3 podcasts. I don't know how he does it, but it's like all those steroids, all the steroids and all the supplements keeps him going. And he's also obviously a pagan. That's what the Greyhorn is. He's the Jarl of a pagan group that are now registered as a church, which is really exciting, gives them all sorts of doors to open. And he's also very much embedded into the occult and various different philosophies that are related to the occult, related to magic, related to basically, life and spirituality. So we've got a wonderful, I'm the Bush Whisperer, and I'm a shaman with a background in Hermetic Kabbalah and Western occult therapies with the Vedic school of thought, with some Oriental, Japanese thrown in there, a little bit of Chinese, a mixed masala, you could say. So yeah, we are the threesome, and I'd love you guys to say a few words, if you would announce yourselves and say hello. Much love to everybody in the audience.
Yeah, thanks for the lovely introduction, Franklin, as always. So glad to be here for this great show today. I have a lot of background in, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. I started off in the hard sciences with chemical engineering technology, and I dropped out of that. There was a push towards working for military technology and weaponry that I wanted to step away from there. And so I'm glad I did. But I've done a lot of research in military technology and UAPs for decades. And I got a relative that's pretty high up, lieutenant colonel in the forces. So I've heard some inside testimony of some things a lot of people don't know about. A lot of the stuff is being finally exposed, sometimes soon supposedly, but a lot of it's already been out there kind of under the radar. So it'd be good to explore some of this and go through some of the different perspectives and theories on it all, and explore some of the testimonies that we've heard from different people across the world. How's it going, Stein?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, all good here, man. All good here. Never knew you had inside knowledge. That's gonna be that should be interesting. I mean, I am just a curious observer, a curious learner, you could say. I try to look at it from many perspectives and try to form my own opinion through it. I don't have insider knowledge, unfortunately. We'll leave that to Indy. But I do have my own thoughts and opinions about the whole UFO, UAP, UA, whatever it is, alien things. I definitely have some opinions about it, and apparently my kitty as well. So yeah, I've done a lot of looking into it, heard it from a lot of different people, contemplated a lot on it, pondered a lot on it. So I'm very interested to see and to hear where this roundtable, this conversation will take it. I'm curious to hear everyone else's opinions. Everyone here with us now and in the live chat, of course. So yeah, should be good. Should be interesting.
All right. Yeah, a lot of the UAPs were first seen in the 40s. In the early 30s, Admiral Byrd did his expedition to Antarctica starting in 1929, but later on, the famous one where he had testimony in his flight log of having contacted a breakaway civilization there.
Inner Earth, right?
In Inner Earth in the 30s, and they supposedly took him with UAPs, guided his craft down, and so that was most likely the first, most recent UAP sighting that we have testimony of. Now, throughout history, there's been sightings back in the ancient times, the times of Christ, and even period. There's images of these paintings, so it's been around for a very long time, but we don't really have witness testimony of people until the current day, written documents of their put out there. So you can get written document of the flight log of Admiral Richard Byrd if you want to check that out. It's a very interesting experience that he had. We'll talk more about that later. And then after that, pretty soon after that, we had the Roswell craft that crashed in New Mexico. So they think that after Admiral Byrd's contact, they started to come out a little bit more, basically watching over us to prevent nuclear holocaust. That was his warning to him, was we need to stop exploring these nuclear weapons. It's going to be detrimental to our future, to the natural environment. And, his warning was pushed back from the White House. They said to keep it all hush hush. Continued working on research with nuclear weapons. Ever since then, there's been attempts to launch nuclear weapons. There's testimony of UAP going up at the nuclear silos and shutting down the entire facilities with UAPs. Or not with UAPs, with those weapons that it's like an abomination. What are the name of those? Do you guys remember those? You guys familiar with those?
What do you mean, the UAPs or the?
No, there's a bomb that they set off to shut off the electricity. It's
EMP.
It's a 3-letter abbreviation to EMP.
EMP. Electromagnetic pulse.
Yes, they would shut down with EMPs several times. So then, when the Roswell craft showed up, supposedly they had figured out by then that they could down those craft with radar, and it would disable their propulsion system. So since then, they have not used radar, supposedly, because it could interfere with them, and they've established a treaty, supposedly, according to a lot of the stuff we hear. But you have to, consider that a lot of this may be disinformation. There's just different levels of disinformation. That when the whole Roswell craft thing happened, it was then told to the public that it was just a weather balloon. And other people saw that there was cadavers, and there's all different other types of stories to it. We'll have to look into the different perspectives you can have on this, but there's basically two mainstream perspectives on this. You have the basic mainstream perspective that this was just a weather balloon. These people are fanatics. There's nothing going on here. And then you have the kind of the black sheeple kind of current information about it was an alien from outer space, a little green man from Mars. And that's what a lot of people are going to think, because that's a lot of the disinformation that's been put out there about these UAPs coming from outer space, coming from Mars. They very well may be, but I like to keep an open mind to these possibilities. And the research I've done on this shows that the crafts that they use operate by creating a depression in the gravitation, in a depression field in the gravity, depression in the gravitational field, I should say. And so they ride on that depression in the gravitational field in the atmosphere, and they can go through water and air, and turn on a dime, because they're operating on a gravitational depression with two beams, and those beams can intersect. So when they hit the other beam, they ride on the other gravitational depression without centripetal or centrifugal force. So it's not like they're being propelled by rocket power or firepower. They're riding on some type of other type of propulsion that we're not familiar with in the mainstream. But it's been exposed to us by many people. Bob Lazar shared that it was propelled by element 115 in an island of stability state. But my research shows that it's actually more likely to be powered by copper inside of quartz, magnetic copper inside of quartz. There's been several artifacts that have been found from Atlantean civilizations under the ocean. One in Bermuda from Dr. Raymond Brown, that no metal could come within a foot or two of this object. It was a crystal pyramid with copper within it. And there's also been the Lacerda files, which was the expose of a journalist with a supposed one of the sky people. And they told about how their crafts work, and they mentioned that they use copper and quartz as well. So what they do when they get people working with this in science and top secret military, they compartmentalize the information. So nobody knows how everything works with this whole thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if they give out some disinformation to these people about some of the stuff that they don't want them to figure out, that's more simple than they've been told. So I doubt that they've been able to put element 115 in an island of stability state, but it is possible, and that very well may be the propulsion mechanism of it. But personally, I like to keep an open mind, and I feel like it's not that complicated. It's something that they've been trying to keep under wraps for a long time. And so you have to question, how long have they had this technology, and why have they not allowed us to use it? Because of the detrimental aspects of the technology we use, you would think that this would be superior and be able to supersede it. But as many people that are familiar with the military know, that they'll keep the high technology until it's been exposed by the enemy, and then they'll expose it to the public. And they've shown a lot of things, like they're making these UAPs be known, showing them on TV and showing footage from the military, top secret footage. They're showing things like in the movie Iron Man, where they have this hologram screen computers. People in the military that are high up can tell you that that's something that we already have. And it's surprising that they'd show it. There's little leaks that happen, I guess, and sometimes these things slip out. But obviously, they're not allowing us to show how it works. So they're not providing it to us to have and to tinker with and to share, or for spies to have access to. So there's a lot of questions there, but there's a lot to this stuff. And I like to consider these UAPs the sky people. George Van Tassel had a testimony of coming in contact with craft that landed down. I believe he said it was cigar shaped. landed down and came in, and supposedly they helped George Van Tassel at somewhere in New Mexico, I believe, maybe Area 51, with some projects that they were working on. And it was said that Maria Orsic was one of the individuals, and she was an Andromedan. She had come from Andromeda to help George Van Tassel, and also she came to help the Nazis as well. And she worked with them to help us develop these technologies. There's been an individual, this is kind of questionable, but he's a hacker, Gary McKinnon, in 2007, I believe, went in and got a whole bumload of information from top secret servers in the United States military. And he found that there was a list of non-terrestrial officers. And he also saw some blueprints for these UAP crafts to be built. And so it's thought that we do have access to these, and we have these crafts ourselves. The individuals that were said to have come from Andromeda look just like human beings. They were said to be the Nordics. So these little green men may or may not be involved in these UAPs. It'd be a good cover-up. There's been always a story about little green men from Mars since the late 1800s, when there was a mistaken sighting of civilization on Mars from a bad telescope that was not very accurate. It was very poor fidelity. So they got a closer look, and they found that there was really nothing there but maybe some old river basins. But originally it was said that there was skyscrapers, rivers, bridges, roads, and everything. In the late 1800s, this big craze about Martians. And so they've kind of been rolling with that ever since. So there's a lot of funding to go to Mars right now because people think they're going to find something there. And there very well may be something there, subterranean. And there may have been something there. We just don't know. But Venus actually was more of a habitable planet. 750 million years ago, it became uninhabitable, but there was water oceans there for a long time. And Mars does not seem to have been habitable. But, people say that there was a time when it was the golden planet. It was the high civilization was there. It was destroyed, and they destroyed their own atmosphere. I don't see how that could be so possible that it would vanish that much, that fast. But, anything's possible. And that's one of the stories that they say. So you have to, consider things to be possible and investigate them. I've always looked into these things when I hear about these stories, and some of them seem more probable than others. But, it's very possible that they have people going out to the Space Force is active, maybe going out to do these things already. And we just don't know. I've seen footage of what supposedly is Cassino Blue, or the planet that orbits around Nibiru. The Hopis, I believe, Native Americans had the story of Cassino Red and Cassino Blue being the dark star. Nibiru, known to the Anunnaki, or the Babylonians and Sumerians.
You unpack a lot there, brother. There's a lot there, and I like where you came up to it about 3 times, the whole idea of disinformation, and I thought it'd be a good idea to tackle that. Okay, so the discussion today is going to be, it's quite a broad discussion. We're going to be talking about drones, New Jersey, and everywhere. There's lots of places in the US and around there, and other places where this has been happening. Even, was it Gatwick Airport? Which airport was it? Airport in the UK. They had a sphere landing. There have been other airports where there have been interesting things happening. There was something over the White House not that long ago, if you recall. There have been cities in Europe where there have been sightings where many people have seen them. So we hear about this all the time in the media. But so we're also going to be talking about extraterrestrials. And by extraterrestrials, I include within that plasma beings, extra-dimensionals, because I think that there's a whole chapter there to be opened. And then we're going to look at Project Blue Book, which is something that Richard Spratt, was it Richard Spratt? Gosh, it's been so long since I've looked him up. But he was one of the guys who really was introducing this in a big way about 20 years ago, maybe a bit more than 20 years, within the last quarter century. He was one of the engineers who worked on many of the projects regarding the development and back engineering of the technology of crafts, the UAP guidance systems and the propulsion systems. We're also going to look at hidden technology, how this sort of comes into the picture, and a lot of the fear mongering, which I suppose falls into the category of Project Blue Book. One of the things I also want to bring up is the Apollo missions, because there's a whole story behind the Apollo missions, which hasn't really been very well aired. It has been in certain circles. And then to look at like the basis, like what is the Van Halen belt? And what is the science behind the Van Halen belt? And this is mind blowing when you actually look at what this official science that has been released by NASA and everybody else, what does it suggest about the Van Halen belt? And what materials are the crafts made out of? So are these crafts that we see actually going where they say they're going? Because one just has to exercise a little bit of common sense to get an idea of whether or not we are being duped in some fashion. So that's a very interesting point. I think we will also get down to looking at that very carefully. And then, of course, there's the conspiracies around this, the various different conspiracies. And I think that brings us back to the original point that I started on, where disinformation is a big part of the problem. I think there's 3 different aspects of disinformation here. So firstly, there's the counterintelligence disinformation, which is deliberately put out there by the state. They have their cronies and they really pump it out there. Then you've got the disinformation by those people that are like cracker potters. Ding-a-ling, ding, ding, ding. They travel with circus music in their heads and everything's just possible. You know, you get people that are like that. They read something that some cracker potter wrote and that's now the gospel, and they preach the gospel on the top of the hill. We've seen how these gospel preachers can get like ahead of themselves, and no pun intended there. And so that's the second category, I think, of disinformation, which I think is one to be mindful of, very different to the first category, because the first category is usually logical, right? And then there's the disinformation, which is used by the popular media, where they will create a narrative based upon the cracker potters and the legitimate disinformation, and build a narrative that bounces between the two, as if to say, like, they will say something ridiculous. We had this problem at Occupy and various different activists projects we've been running, where some crazy person speaks to the media and they tell them nonsense and they think, oh, well, your whole movement's nonsense. And it's like, no, you spoke to the person who's just escaped from a loony bin. They aren't with us. We met them yesterday. They rocked up here. They're talking nonsense. We don't even know where they're from. We look after them. We feed them because we feel sorry for them, but they're not really part of our movement. And those are the people that will then get interviewed by the press, as if to say, look how crazy these people are. This person's crazy. They must all be crazy. So there's the organized media, which is creating its own narrative, which is probably in league with the disinformation of the counterintelligence. And then there's the natural, simple disinformation, which is just humans looking for an answer because we are desperate. We are so tired of the lies, chemtrails, this, that, everything else. Talking about chemtrails, I think it's part of the conversation because it's hidden technology that's been lied to us. And then, of course, we're going to be looking at the specific drones, which are a big part of New Jersey. And just to come back to what you were saying, Admiral Byrd, that's a very interesting story. And it does seem to link up with a lot of the stories from the Second World War, where there were Nazi contingencies working in the Arctic, and they were basically building secret bases underground, developing their vril technology. And while developing their vril technology, they were interested in searching for ancient settlements, Siddhartha, various places under the ice, looking for entrances into the inner earth, however you want to take that. There are different theories, there are different ideas. There seems to be a lot of legitimacy to the story. It's just how we interpret the story is going to give us like various different options. And I think that's another one of the problems, because there's so many different interpretations and so many different ideas out there. It gets very difficult to be able to see what's sensible and what's not sensible, because some of the stuff out there seems nonsensible, but it might be rational. You know, we've been lied to since we were kids. We're all conditioned by the counterintelligence movement, which is like what they call school, right? That's what school is. It's a counterintelligence movement there to design to keep us in a little box of thought. But I think it's really important as well when we look at this story about the Nazis and the technology that they have. Could there be a connection to go right into the first thing, drones, right? Now, we don't know where these drones are coming from, right? And we don't know whether these drones are government, which they very well might be. People are jumping to conclusions. They must be extraterrestrials. They could be. But they could also be, let's say there's a breakaway civilization on Earth. Is it that preposterous an idea that the Nazis developed real power and had these flying crafts, and many of these UFOs that we're seeing are actually these guys coming back from the North Pole to investigate and see what's happening in the rest of the world, to keep track of what's going on with us and test their technology and see whether we're up to speed to be able to shoot them down and keep up with them. And, they'd want to know that they're still an edge ahead of us in case we find them and things go south. Admiral Byrd certainly didn't stand a chance. His entire fleet was decimated. 60-70% of it was flawed without them even lifting a finger. So they do have superior technology. I personally think that there's a lot of legitimacy to the story of humans having a breakaway civilization on Earth. Could these drones that we're witnessing in Jersey be this breakaway civilization sending out their drones for their own purposes and using our technology against us with their batteries? Because we say that our batteries can't go such a long distance, but what about their batteries? Maybe they have an alternative power source. Maybe like what we had as a small battery was in the past a big thing. Maybe they've gone ahead of us and they've made our big batteries become small things so that they've got a battery that can power your phone for a year. Who knows? Why shouldn't it be? So I think there's an interesting question to throw at the table. Could that be the case? And the second option, could the government literally be up to something and they're just lying to us like they do about everything else? What do you guys think?
My money would be on option 2, really. Seeing, or just like looking at history, looking at the past few years, let's say the past 10 years, they haven't really been straight with us, to put it lightly. Haven't looked much into the whole drone thing, mainly because if it becomes mainstream news, then they're trying to cover up something else. It's stage magic, like, oh, look here, so you don't see what's happening here. Same with the that's for a topic for another time perhaps, but the CEO killer, Mangione, that and the drones. Hey, it's a good distraction. It's there's a lot of hype. It's a really, really good story. Bad guys, aliens. Hey, what more do you want? It's Hollywood perfection. Now just to combine those two. Who knows? Maybe the guy was an alien. That'd be awesome. But what I did hear is that the supposed drones, that they were up to, what is it, FAA regulation, like they did have the lights that aircrafts are supposed to have according to government regulation. And like, if they are truly, well, from outer space, as all unknown crafts seem to be, it's never, like you said, a breakaway civilization. It's never technology hidden from the public, but that is like 30-40 years ahead of what we know there is. It's always outer space, which is typical. But if they were truly unknown, they wouldn't comply with those regulations, and honestly, I don't think that if it's truly something conspicuous, if it's truly wants to harm us, because that's also seems to be the thing. Like whatever kind of craft, whatever kind of being is in there, we're always told it's out to harm us. If that were truly the case, they wouldn't have shown themselves, or they at the very least would have been a lot more careful, because they ought to know that, you know, like we have like literal cameras in our pockets and instant communication through what are, I mean, for 2024, almost 2025 standards, it's pretty simple. You know, like everyone has a cell phone nowadays, so instant communication is a thing. You got a camera with often really good quality, straight in your pocket. You can send pictures in an instant. So if they don't want to be seen, they won't be seen. So the fact that they are seen and that there is such a hype about it, I don't believe it. I don't believe they are. Well, I definitely don't believe they're alien. They may be, I mean, a breakaway civilization. Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I do believe that there are breakaway civilizations, or, you know, like very old civilizations like Atlantis, like Hyperborea or whatever, who have managed to survive in some way, perhaps by becoming a breakaway civilization. But it's mostly a distraction. I don't believe they're real. They may be real crafts, sure, but they're not what we are told they are. I'd say they're probably like some black book kind of crafts.
Yeah, I think if you look back at like the Atlantean civilization was so mysterious about its origins, and they would go out and colonize into different places along the coastlines. But I think a lot of times they would never really tell people exactly where they were at, and people didn't have a good idea of how to find their homeland. And to me, I feel like a lot of these stories of the Nomo coming to the Dogon people, these amphibious, somewhat giant people with androgynous body types, I feel like those may have been the Atlanteans that came from a secret island. Then they referred to themselves as having come from the stars. And I feel that they may not have been intentionally trying to mislead people, because they were sailors. They navigated by the sea. They may or may not have had sky chariots as well at that time. But they originally were navigating by the sea before that. And
yeah.
So they navigated by the stars. And so if they were referring to where their homeland is, they could have said, our homeland's over by Orion. If you go that way, you know, according to like this.
That makes sense.
Direction.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
So the people were confused and they're baffled. These people were of high knowledge and technology. They understood the stars better. They understood navigation by the stars, how to understand how the sun and moon operate. They taught people about all these things. So I feel like it's not out of the question to think that these people have concealed their homeland from a long time ago when they lived on an island, up until a point where they've retreated to the inner earth, and they've also concealed their homeland, because we see that the narrative about the inner earth has changed from the land of the gods, the sanctuary of the gods, where all the souls go to be reincarnated, and to now at the place of hell, where to the Norse people it was Iceland, to the Mediterranean and Middle Eastern people it was a fiery desert place. So we see that the narrative has changed and it's inconsistent, but the story that was the place of the gods lines up with the narrative of Admiral Byrd, who went there. The Nazi base 211, also known as New Berlin in New Schwabensland, that was established after World War II, and we see that when Admiral Byrd went there to Antarctica and they spoke of their crafts, they referred to them as a Flugelrad, which is the German name for a flying saucer. They developed a Die Glocke up in Germany when they did their work on the UAPs there, which is the bell-shaped craft. But when they found the flying saucers were guiding Admiral Byrd in, they referred to those as a Flugelrad, and they suggested that they were operated by German pilots. So there's a strong synchronicity there between Admiral Byrd's testimony that the word about the Nazi base 211 or New Schwabensland or New Berlin that was there, and all of those stories show that the pilots of these UAPs very well may be Nazi Germans, and that's what a lot of the testimony suggests. And these technologies, actually, there's a gentleman named Phil Schneider who used to work developing. He would do construction to develop facilities for like Area 51, La Dolce Base, things like that in Utah, in Nevada, and New Mexico. And in one of his his experiences where he was working underground trying to excavate for a facility there, the drill kept breaking, and he would go into he went actually down there to look at the drill with a couple other individuals to try to help him out and assess what was going on. And supposedly there was a foul smell down there, and there was some kind of a otherworldly being, according to his testimony, that killed his other two friends. And he pulled out a gun and shot the otherworldly being, but that being supposedly zapped him with some kind of electrical powers that it had, and blew off his toes, and it burned his hand real bad permanently. And supposedly he said that they have high technology that they were using to do all that excavation to build these facilities that was thousands of years ahead of our technology here. They said they had deflagration machines that could melt stone, and they could move a mile a day underground. He said at that point, back in the, I think, late 90s, that there was over 161 or 131 military bases had already been built, and they're expanding the underground military bases, the deep underground military bases, also known as the DUMBs. He said they were expanding them to Scandinavia and to Germany, and they're going across the Atlantic and into Eastern and Northern Europe and that was in the late 90s. So they've been using this high technology, according to his testimony, for decades, building these deep underground military bases that may or may not be connected to where these mysterious UAPs are coming from.
It's interesting that you mention technology that can melt rocks, because that's my mind immediately goes to the Tartaria theory, let's say. It's one of my favorite rabbit holes, because a lot of mostly cave systems where people were supposed to live, they don't seem to have been hewn out of the mountain, like not with hammer and chisel or whatever, but they're very, very smooth. So like the rock just seems to have been molten away, and there are certain rock formations in, I believe, either Turkey or Syria, or somewhere along the Turkey-Syria border, that sort of resemble candles, but that have been molten from the top down. And like you could even say that those are direct energy weapons, DEWs, in a way, because there is only you can only truly melt rock with just very intense, very focused energy. It's not even, heat, sure, but like what is heat other than just intense energy? But I definitely I believe that is a possibility, and it has been used for incredibly long. That's why I also definitely believe in breakaway civilizations and technologies, like not just hidden by the government or whatever, but civilization, it goes in cycles, and we are definitely not the most technologically advanced that we have ever been. So I definitely believe, most faithfully believe, that some of those technologies, or what we can only call technology, I believe it goes far beyond that, but technology is what we know it by. um I believe some may still exist today, and who knows, may be used for such purposes.
I think that's like a really interesting point, and there could be other technology. Maybe maybe it's being alchemized somehow. Maybe there's some kind of, Stein seems to have dropped off. Maybe there's some other kind of technology that can change the very nature of rock and turn it into a crystalline, glassy kind of a surface. We have Fire Faye with us. Welcome, dear Fire Faye. Stein's just popped back in. It's an honor to have you here. Those of you that don't know Fire Faye, she is Stein's better half. Do you mind me saying that? his best favorite half. And she also does podcasting. She also works with the Fae. She's also doing doula work. She's been training hard and studying hard to become accredited as a doula. Practitioner. So she's got a lot of interesting feathers in her cap that she's adding to it. Namaste, take a little trip, and everybody else, Lauren, the whole lot of you, hope you're well. Welcome, dear Fire Faye. Do please say hello and give us a little bit of a blurb about yourself.
Hey guys, as Franklin just said, I am Fire Faye, the other half of Stein. I am doing schooling for death coach and doula. I also work with the Fae, but this stuff interested me as well because as you guys were talking about stuff, what came to my mind was Superstition Mountain here in the States, with a lot of the UAPs and stuff with the technology and stuff like that. I don't know if Andy is familiar with Superstition Mountain, but there's a lot of lore behind that as well.
I'm not, but it sounds right up my alley. I'll have to check it out. I'm going to look it up.
So Superstition Mountain is basically near Skinwalker Ranch, and there's been a lot of sightings of different things and technology that is far advanced, and
I think about. Is it also known as a ranch? Something ranch.
I'm sorry?
Is it also known as a something ranch? I think it was like the
Skinwalker Ranch.
No, that's the Skinwalker Ranch. But there's a place nearby there where the people go. There's military craft that fly over pretty regularly, but there's a movie that was made there at this ranch facility on the mountain, and there's UAPs will fly by, and then the jets will fly after them, and then people could call in the UAPs, kind of like Dr. Stephen Greer could do in Fifth Contact. They would call them in, and there was people had testimonies where they would actually not be a craft. It was like angels, and they would pull them up with them in the air and the floating and stuff, and they would glow. But that's I can't think of the name of it right now. It's this an abbreviation of 4 letters and then ranch on a mountain. But I'll have to look that up. But I want to learn more about Secret Mountain. It sounds more ominous than the one I'm talking about.
I love Superstition Mountain because with me being Native American, there's a lot of different stories, and there's a lot of different lore behind it. So if you guys look that out, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. And I'll believe things like Superstitious Mountain, that those are real before. This is maybe a bit of a controversial take, but Area 51. like Area 51 has become.
Area 51 is real, but it's not as real as most people make it out to be.
I mean, it is probably some sort of a government facility or whatever.
It's
But
basically like NORAD 2, where there's not a lot of known literature on it because the military doesn't want it to be known.
yeah, but I don't believe that they're housing aliens or alien crafts there. It's become way too known for that. It's become a meme, even like what wasn't it?
Storm Area 51.
Yeah, I want to say that was a few years ago, but it's more than a few years ago. I'm getting old. But like people made a Facebook event like Storm Area 51. You can like go in the like the vicinity there and buy like freaking Area 51 merchandise, all centered around aliens, of course. And I am willing to bet that everyone who has a shop or some sort of a business near Area 51 definitely makes.
That's with Roswell too. They have a shop near Roswell too. That's supposed to be a hot spot.
Yeah. Oh, babe, if you're not talking, can you mute? Because I don't know what you're doing, but you're rustling around. So, sorry, going into like host producer mode right away. I'm so used to it. But yeah, like Area 51, I'm sure it's a thing. I'm sure it's, babe, as you said, like it's probably some sort of a NORAD thing. That's a lot of love right there. That's beautiful to see. But there are no aliens there. Illegal aliens, perhaps. But not the Green Martian kind of aliens, more like the brown Ola kind of aliens.
Yeah,
I think that's an interesting point that you guys share there. About Area 51 being too well known. I think the only reason Area 51 got so well known was because it just happened to be close to the Roswell crash, and it was a close, convenient place to take the wreckage somewhere, which is a secret base, high military control, out in the middle of nowhere, and start working on it and testing it. And so, because they had the wreckage there, they sent their experts out there. But once the place got known, I think they've used this other technology that melts holes in the ground to dig very deep bases that are like out of sight, out of mind. So we're all talking about, Area 51, but there's probably places underneath London.
Yeah.
Where you can get the tram and stop off and get into another secret little place and go down into a tube in the ground and go like down like 500 meters underground into another base where they've really got the real stuff right under our noses. And we're all talking about Area 51 and nobody's looking at what's happening in our backyards. And I think it's a typical sort of thing, and sort of makes me think about what you said earlier, Stein. If they want us looking up there, there's probably something happening down here.
Yeah.
And my point is this. Have you noticed how the American dollar is that they're printing money? So I was watching my 8-year-old, Joshua. He says to me, "Look at my money graphs." I'm like, "Come and check it out." He's on the computer. He's found his money graphs. I'm like, "Okay." I'm like, "This is interesting." So I noticed, like, the pound, according to the rand, has done one thing. Then I start looking Singapore dollar, done one thing. Then I look at euro, done one thing. Then I look at other currencies. They're all done similar things, the Australian dollar. Then you look at the US dollar, and the US dollar is like basically depleting. Now, South Africa's currency is depleting because of sanctions and everything, because South Africa joined the BRICS economies, and a lot of the Western countries are not happy about it. So they want to shut that down. The BRICS economies are growing faster than the G7. And so the 5 BRICS economies are owning like a substantial percentage of the world GDP that used to be owned by the G7, and the G7 now are shrinking and they are smaller than the BRICS economy. The BRICS is growing exponentially faster. the BRICS is growing at the rate that the G7 is shrinking in terms of their financial buying power and potential GDP claim. So this is a serious shift of economics in the world. And the BRICS is also 40% stake their money onto gold, so that gold can't be manipulated so easily. So gold used to be manipulated by the first world. Play the gold train. Now that the BRICS economy is actually using gold as a substance for their actual money, it makes it a lot harder to manipulate the prices of gold for other countries, while they are still maintaining some of the fiat currencies, so that in case gold is under attack, the fiat currencies will also show it. It's a very clever system. So I think that there's a lot going on. And looking at the American economy, they are bleeding money fast. So they are printing money. Their printing exchange must be printing money faster than ever, because I've noticed there's this flattening out with the US dollar, and you see all the other currencies increasing according to the dollar. They're becoming stronger than the dollar. And there seems to be a steady, and I looked like 24 hours, I looked 1 week, I looked 1 month. I was like, this is interesting. The last month, there's a consistent decrease in the value of the US dollar compared to all the others. And it's almost like, you know what a currency is like when it gets to a certain point, it goes to the point of no return, right? So there's a lot going on within America that possibly the government doesn't want us to think about. And so that's something I think we've got to pay attention to as to why we're getting so much of this. Another point is there are a lot of these objects in the sky that are actually following the conventions of US law with the correct flashing lights and all of these things. But there are also some objects that are different. And so I think there's been a lot of mixing up in the media about this, because maybe 1% of the UAEs that we see are actually UAEs. The other 99%, I think, are drones, legitimate drones that are actually following the real UAEs. And I think UAEs are a really good name because it's an unidentified UAP, aerial phenomenon, which doesn't mean it's an object.
Yeah.
And so this brings up a very interesting point. You know, if it's not necessarily an object, then what could it be? You know, there are other things that we can also look at and discuss and consider. I think there's a lot. Yeah, brother.
Transient luminous events like ball lightning and different things like that are said to be a possible reason for some of the sightings. And other times they try to use that as an excuse to cover up actual sightings as well, for sure. But they've also said that
UAP has been used now more recently because UFO has been used so much.
Yeah.
I've noticed with the UAPs, it does with light that you can't see with your naked eye. It's been with the purple light that's been documented.
Yeah.
It's with heat signatures that don't match with what would be a normal heat signature. It's been with creatures that you can't explain. It's been dealing with a lot of things that encompasses a lot. And to go off of what Franklin said with the currencies, in the US, they're trying to get rid of the dollar, and they're also trying to get rid of the penny, and they're trying to get rid of actually the money system altogether because it has depleted in value.
But isn't there also it was a while ago that I read this, but a push for government regulated cryptocurrency?
Yes, that is something that the government wants to do because they want to control everything.
Yeah, so I mean that also explains the push for like needing to control the internet, or at the very least the bigger platforms where majority of the people spend their time on. That could also explain the push for AI, because everything has to go online. Everything has to go into this black mirror reality. This digital world, quite literally, because that's the only way they can control it. And if you want to implement a new currency, a cryptocurrency, I mean, you got to get rid of the old one. Push out the old, bring in the new. And how are you going to push out the old? Make it absolutely worthless, and tell people like, hey, instead of the dollar, which like is fucking worthless, like we're getting Zimbabwe vibes, like what is it, 100 million will buy you a loaf of bread. People like quite literally wiping their ass and stoking the fire with it because it's so goddamn worthless. How about you just use this cryptocurrency? It's still new, it's still fresh, we're still kind of determining the value. It's a lot easier. Like, you have a phone already, you most likely have a crypto wallet already, you know what cryptocurrency is, might as well.
And then you can get chipped and just use your arm to buy things. Click.
Yeah, I mean, shit, like we're already doing it, with fingerprint to unlock our phone or iris scan to unlock our phone. Unfortunately, I have fallen for it too. I now too use my fingerprint to unlock my phone. It's so much easier. It's so much faster. It's
I thought I would see the day where you would fall for that trap.
Oh God, I know, but also as at the very least, the Dutch government has my fingerprints and all of my fucking stuff already. So the Chinese most likely bought it up. And if the Chinese have it, the Russians have it. If the Russians have it, the US has it. So, they probably have my information already. Plus, I'm a very outspoken podcaster and all of that. So, might as well.
I think there's a lot of interesting information out there. So so let's look at some credible sources firstly to do with extraterrestrials, because if we're going to talk about them, like are they real? What kind of actual evidence is there? And there's one particular story that caught my mind years ago, and I never shook it off. The reason was that the people that had these experiences were not people that you would expect, right, to ever have this sort of kind of experience. And those of you here probably have heard of this, but those of you that haven't, this is a very, very interesting discussion. So, okay, so in 1994, 62 students at Ariel School in Rua, Zimbabwe, reported seeing spaceships and strange figures in their playground. Now, there were also, I think, a faculty of about 8 teachers, headmaster, cleaning staff, and maintenance staff. So there must have been about 15, 16 adults that saw it, and students ranging from a whole lot of different ages. Yeah. And basically the story was that this UFO, a saucer-shaped craft, landed in the playground. And from this emerged small beings, your typical kind of extraterrestrial beings that we've heard about. And, many of the witnesses were children. And so obviously the disinformation is it's a mass hysteria or a prank. But the teachers were shaken by this. I remember seeing the actual interviews by the teachers. And obviously you can imagine 62 students is going to have a number of teachers and a headmaster. And these were the students that happened to be out at the time when this arrived. It's obviously a bigger school. And I think some of the smaller students were kept in the building. But regardless, this is one incident that you have to stop and look at. I remember when I was young, reading about it in the newspapers. When I came home from school, my mother and Stuart had said to me, basically, hold on, where's Stein? There's Stein. They'd said to me that they'd seen a UFO flying over our house. And it was flying towards Cape Town, and it was out in the open. It was a big disc. Next day, the newspapers, front page. There had been 1,600 calls by residents all the way down the suburbs saying, what the hell is this? Calling the police, calling the authorities, saying, what the hell is this thing flying over our house? And this huge thing slowly flew over all the suburbs towards Cape Town and just flew over the city like it was a casual thing, witnessed by thousands and thousands of people, to the point where like almost 2,000 people actually phoned someone to talk about it. And like 1 out of 10 people will normally phone. The other 9 people probably won't bother. So we're talking probably about seen by at least 20,000 people, one UFO sighting, 20,000 witnesses. It's a big deal. So obviously it was in the newspapers. The next day, everybody at school's talking about it. I'm like, oh, this is what my mother and Stuart was talking about. They saw this thing. And other people had also told me that they'd seen this thing flying over their house. So it was like witnessed by a lot of people openly. What that was, we don't know. I myself have seen things in places where I know the government are testing things. I've seen triangular shaped crafts. I've seen a lot of different things in my life. But the triangular shaped crafts, I was very close to it, close enough to differentiate the shape and the lights, which lights it had, and get a really good look at this craft. It was like a tetrahedron or a pyramid shaped craft, hard to say, but something like that. And it looked like it was doing drills, looked like it was doing tests, looked like what you would expect to get a new pilot, put in the craft and say, this is how you fly it. Do some practicing flying. It was doing flight maneuvers that seemed off the charts, flying in ways that you can hardly imagine that is possible, and silently, without any noise or anything. And I was in the Karoo. Just to give you context, it's flat. You got visibility far. And it was close enough that I could see the 3 lights, and I could see the shape of the craft very clearly. It was like, hundreds of yards away from me, maybe 150, 200 yards, maybe 250 yards, not even much further than that. And maybe even closer, maybe about 100, 150 yards, I would say, probably at one point. So, and I wasn't alone when I saw it. My brother was like, holy crap, are you seeing this? I was like, yeah, man. He says, like, what is that? I'm like, government testing toys. That's what they do. Secrets, technology, who knows? But and then I've had experiences of other things too. And I've had experiences of phenomenon, energetic plasma beings. I've had experiences with plasma beings since the 90s. And plasma beings, I think, you see these glowing discs, spheres that are floating in the atmosphere. Are they objects or are they plasma? I think these are plasma objects some of the times, with plasma beings. And like the TARDIS, maybe it's bigger on the inside. Why not? Right? Why not? And maybe what we're seeing here is a light of plasma is something that's at a different phase of frequency. So it's like in a parallel, it's not quite in our dimension, but it's almost in our dimension. So we're seeing this plasma ball where there's something else behind it, which is a very interesting and real possibility, I think. So there's a lot to unpack and dismantle here. And I like Stein. I do believe that the government's hiding from us what's happening. I do think that also there's a Revelations post. In the book of Revelations, it says that the holes in the ground will open up, and these metal beasts that look like locusts will come flying out in a great multitudes, and they shall cover the earth. And it shall be given unto these to torment the humans for so many days, but they will not be allowed to kill them, but torment them they will. Seems like things that can fly overhead and zap you, zoom, 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 zap you with a non-lethal weapon, so that you like. So are we witnessing the beginning of something else? I mean, we've seen the whole arm prick adventure. We've seen what these people are capable of. So it's not to think that they're not capable of sticking drones up and going, oh my gosh, Project Blue Book. It's the alien invasion. The government's scared. But actually the government's like, yeah, we're going to get you nice and scared. And then we're going to say, listen, we need to have martial law, right?
And I think that's where AI can play a huge part in. Like, we already have quite advanced holographic technology, whereas we can make it seem that there are these giant beings, like that they are alive and whatever, when it's really nothing but a mirage. That's not to say that giant beings never lived. But like, you have the we have the technology for that. Combine that with AI to have them speak, have them do things, or like control it by AI, so that it it really seems like no human hand is behind it. Have it be an algorithm, have it be AI, have it be whatever, and people will get scared shitless. I mean, if it looks like a fucking 100-foot or 30-meter high being comes, stomping towards you and is, shouting and whatever, like, I mean, I get fucking scared. And I know this stuff is possible. But it's like, but that's going to it's like a primal fear. And that's really how you control people. The primal fear, the lizard brain, if you will. The non-rational part, the non-rational thinking. So yeah, I believe a lot is possible, and maybe that will Project Blue Book, Project Blue Beam, whatever it's called, a mix of holographic technology, AI, and I mean, how are you going to make people believe it? They won't believe it if it just happens outright. You got to prepare them for it. So start them off with drones and UAPs, and possible alien sightings, and then slowly but surely, ramp it up, make it bigger, make it worse, and then when people are nice and scared, you can just throw that onto them. So it is all part of a bigger agenda. It's we're just gonna have to see how exactly it's gonna play out. But I do believe they already at least started implementing parts of it.
Yeah, I think that
totally.
you consider. If just want to say this real quick. If you consider that a lot of the gods were said to have come from the sea, and they were androgynous and they navigated by the sea. I think that you could really start to understand where these beings may have come from, and if they look different than us, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're from an alien world. I feel like if the missing link that created us as a slave race had elongated skulls, which we have tons of evidence of, we have those skulls. We have evidence of the bodies and the skulls of other skulls that were not documented with photograph, but were painted and put into newspapers in the 1800s of giant skulls. Sometimes they were giants, sometimes they were average size, but they had elongated skulls, different features like extra fingers and toes, extra rows of teeth. If we were created and they were our ancestors, and maybe they still live as a breakaway civilization, it would really explain a lot. And they kind of seem to have the form that we would see today as an outer space alien. But it could very well be the fact that we went from not being in the fossil record to all of a sudden showing up around 200,000 years ago with a raised cranium. And our other similar ancestors, Neanderthal and Denisovans, did not have a raised cranium. Their kind of head went straight back from the brow. So if we were mixed between them and another race that's called Homo capensis, has an elongated skull with a greater brain volume, it's definitely not from skull binding. If we had an aspect of them in our genes, that would explain a lot of things, and we wouldn't necessarily have that there from genetically engineering. I don't think we didn't have the words for that back then. I think it could be better explained from breeding, and the stories suggest that as well. They say that that we were bred from the seed of the Lulu, which is like the wild hominids, Neanderthal and such, in the womb of the goddesses. And so I think a lot of the work of Sitchin has put a lot of airy fairy tales into the story, where there's outer space aliens that are genetically engineering things with laser beams and spaceships. There may be some merit to some of that, but I think there's a lot. It's very obvious that that's what I call modern cultural translation bias.
And in the private chat, Firefay makes a good point. She's muted at the moment because there's a puppy who is whining and complaining. But like the Egyptian pharaohs, like they had these like headdresses that makes it seem like they had these elongated or giant skulls. And Egypt, or at least ancient Egypt, just look at their gods, the human animal hybrid kind of gods. It looks similar to what the Mesopotamians, for example, considered their gods. Genetic engineering, maybe their gods were a product of like literal genetic engineering between animals and mankind, or some form of ancient mankind. And there's just so much ancient wisdom that came out of Egypt. And yeah, definitely, if there is a being that is bigger than you, is more powerful than you, has more like the power of their mind is greater than yours, maybe through something like telepathy or telekinesis or whatever, a larger volume, more neural connections, who knows, perhaps especially back in those days, yeah, they would be revered as gods because they were mightier than your average man. They could do things that the average man can't. Even the pharaoh can't do that. Even the high priest can't do that. So therefore, they must be gods. Because what else are they gonna be?
Yeah, there's a lot of stories in the narrative too that these gods had become corrupt and that they were wiped out, and we needed to destroy the giants. So there's a lot of these stories, and there's a recent story that's come up that the conquistadors who came over to decimate the Native Americans here in North, Central, and South America, that they actually, when they came across giants, they would kill off the giants and burn the evidence of their bones and their fossils and crush the bones and hide all evidence of the giants. And so it's something that they've been doing for hundreds of years. They've been hiding this evidence of the giants. The last of the formidable excavations of fossils and things was done around the end of the 1800s, and there was a lot of it. And we still see the newspaper clippings of it all. But they've taken away all these fossils. The Smithsonian Museum has taken away these giant fossils, hidden them away. They paid the people, they've taken them away, and they claim they never had them. They don't know what they're talking about when people go to see where's that fossil that I had excavated. So yeah. It's very fishy what's going on there. So they're obviously hiding a lot.
And I believe you mentioned before, like the inhabitants, let's say, of those breakaway civilizations, like going to the coastlines and teaching the people. I've spoken about this in some of the shows that I did on the Giants with Joshua Chalavash. there are a lot of stories, especially from South America, or at least we covered South America most because that's where most stories seem to come from. That like these big, for in their eyes, giant beings with either reddish or blonde reddish hair came to them, over the water, over the sea, and taught them everything that they didn't know, that was considered higher knowledge, more divine knowledge. And if you look at how the Atlanteans, or even let's go to my people a bit, the Hyperboreans, they are said to be like the ancestors of us Northern Europeans. Us Northern Europeans were, in general, tall, blonde hair, blue eyes. And for South American standards, we're still very, very tall. So imagine big, burly, blonde hair, blue eyes, or reddish hair, blue eyes people coming to you and teaching you about all the things that you don't know. They might have seemed like gods, whether they be from Hyperborean, Atlantis, Lemuria, whatever. If you were in the understanding that they used to be physical places, and because there are also theories that they might have been like cycles of humanity, or gradients in like the fall of humanity, that we went from we went from Hyperborean to Lemurian to Atlantean to like now, like the fall of men. I forget her name, but she's very well known in this field as well. And her theory, I had to look up her. I have to look up her name. I don't remember, but her theory.
High Priestess Blavatsky.
Yeah, I believe it is based on Gigi Young, but her teachings are based on Blavatsky. I not necessarily always agree with her, but I do like her way of thinking, because what she also said is that the gray aliens, for example, they're always being portrayed as human-ish. Like they do have the appendages that we have. And her theory, and this is probably indeed based on the teachings of Blavatsky, they are like a form of humans, a timeline of humans that fell for the technological singularity. So they are humankind fallen again, fallen even deeper. And that's why they seem so technologically advanced. It's because they are, because they, let's put it in game terms so that everyone may understand. They put all their experience points in technology instead of spirituality. So yeah, they are technologically advanced, but only because that's what they put all their skill points in. And they merged with technology, degrading the human body, because we can't survive that. I mean, Warhammer 40K and all of that, awesome stories, merging with technology, you can tell epic tales with that. But we can't survive that. The human soul can't survive. That's the technological singularity. That's the end of the human soul.
I find what you guys are saying is really interesting, and I want to respond to what both of you have said. First to what Indy said, but before I get to that, I want to welcome dear brother Cosmic. Welcome, Cosmic. It's lovely to have you. Cosmic is here representing the Fae, of course. Or is the Fae here representing Cosmic? It's hard to tell. But Cosmic is somebody who's been channeling the Fae, channeling a system, a magical system, a language system, a system of cosmogenesis, cosmogony, cosmology, philosophy. Spiritual sciences are an offshoot of this, related to the language, related to the structure of space-time and the different layers of being. Welcome, dear Cosmic. It's lovely and an honor to have you here. And dear Mooney, lovely to see you in the chat. Hope you're well. And everybody in the chat, it's absolutely awesome to have you guys here. Welcome, dear Cosmic. Do tell us hello, say a few words.
Hey, yeah. What's up, man? So I've been thinking in regards to this particular subject matter in terms of what my work is all about. Now, well, just to kind of like, freshen up some people who might be new with what the Fae have essentially been teaching me is this whole concept called Zarfexology, basically the study of understanding higher dimensional spaces by sort of allocating them in kind of like bubbles. And there's like, 23 different symbols. Anyway, the point being is that it kind of demonstrates reality as being more than one thing. Instead of reality being like, one kind of monolithic thing, it's kind of like a cluster of bubbles. It's kind of like a bubble foam that kind of coalesces into sort of a hyperdimensional sphere. And so when I think about, actual physical space, and probably the fact that in a lot of ways there hasn't been, a whole lot of discovery of like, alien stuff, just looking at planets through a telescope and looking at stars, and, the astronomers, they look for stuff. But this proposes another idea in conjunction with what I'm doing with seeing it as multiple universes. I think that what I've kind of like noticed is that everything is about kind of being split into groups of 4. So it's kind of like you have 4 things. So what they kind of realized here is that, kind of based on my studies, there seems to be 4 different Earths, right? And each one with a different kind of like a physical makeup, but the same laws of physics. Then there's other like sort of similar planets like that. But anyway, the point being is I think maybe one of these aliens might not necessarily be from an alternate planet, but maybe from an alternate Earth in one of these other parallel dimensions. Because I think about it just seems like it's a higher likelihood just in terms of probability that, and rather than thinking that, an alien, came from some really far away star in some other galaxy and traveled these ridiculous light speeds, or is it more likely that they just kind of basically whatever is, out aligned sort of higher dimensionally, like what Earth, and they kind of like slip through the cracks and then explore those spaces that way to find alternate resources. So I just think the kind of the alternate dimensional theory might actually not make more sense than the alien, the sort of the extra dimension, sort of the extraterrestrial planet kind of concept. Because like science says, it's like, the distance would be too great just in terms of light speed. Now, I know that these crafts, when they looked at documented videos, they've been doing things that have been able to, defy the laws of physics. They move at the turn of a hat. They seem to disappear, and they seem to be able to move that. And I think, honestly, if you could kind of understand a 4th dimensional physics, you could explain this phenomenon, how the physics of these craft work, if you allocate higher dimensions. Because you think about, I think about, like, if a craft sort of disappears into another space, it's almost like, if you think about it 4th dimensionally, it's sort of like, oh, it's moving from one 3rd dimensional plane to another, whereas we just see, oh, it's just disappearing. So I think the alternate dimension theory, just in terms of their origin, has a lot more salient, and it's a bit more parsimonious than they're from Mars or whatever. And then we do the whole like the water thing, and kind of the Fae have been teaching me sort of like an epistemology of like the evolution of consciousness, how it goes from sort of like information to energy to physical forms, then to life forms. We know that life sort of evolved, from the deep oceans and then sort of migrated up to the higher lands. So I wonder if there's a connection there, that the water becomes like a kind of a portal or a conduit to these other extra dimensional spaces in these lower kind of like the lower parts of the ocean, like where the thermal vents are, and you can't really see anything. It's really warm. There's tube worms and stuff. And then you think about how alien the life forms look at the bottom of the ocean. We always talk about like, the grays and all that stuff, but think about the stuff they look in like at the bottom of the Mariana Trench with all these weird tentacle creatures and the ones that have like these like rainbow light displays that there's a kind of intelligence. But maybe what's happening too is that when it comes to the evolution of life on the planet, it's getting sort of energy and influences from extra dimensional spaces that do have life forms, creating kind of a communication feedback loop between these different realms. So yeah,
I think that's really an interesting point that you're sharing there, because it sort of brings to light a lot of really interesting points, and you guys are all bouncing that way about these beings that were living under the earth. And there's a lot of legends that tally up. And I agree with much of what Indy was saying earlier, especially when it comes to cultural bias. I just have a different perspective on how the cultural bias was presented. Because when we look at the cultural bias that has been sold to us, and I had a problem with it in 1991. When I was 1990, we started to dabble in history of art. And we got sold the story about the Egyptian pyramids, and I could not swallow it. I was like, there's no way they did this with pieces of wood. I just could not. So I believe the real cultural bias today is that there wasn't technology in the past, that we didn't have Vimanas, flying machines that could travel between the stars, as it says in the Vedas. The interesting thing, when we talk about this cultural bias, and I think Zecharia Sitchin has been attacked by so many people, and you know why I think he's been attacked? Because I think he's on the money. Because his narrative, the story that he presents, is the same story we can see in the Vedas. Now, the Vedas hasn't been rewritten or translated in modern times. And what we don't know about Zecharia Sitchin, if you go and read the Wikipedia on him, they say, oh, he's just some guy who taught himself Sumerian. No, he's some guy that was speaking Hebrew when he was a young man and started learning Shemitic languages. I think he studied all in all 7 different Shemitic languages that he learned, all interrelated and connected. One of those being Sumerian cuneiform, another one being Akkadian cuneiform, and a whole list of Paleo-Hebrew as well as Aramic, as well as I think another 3 or 4 other languages as well. But you won't find this information on the web because Google has scrubbed it. Unless you knew about Zecharia Sitchin like decades ago, you won't find that information easily now. What will be supplanted is that, oh, he's just this guy that learned Sumerian on his own. No, this is not true. He actually worked as a journalist, and he used to be a journalist writing on archaeologists. And he lived in Egypt for many years when he was a young man, and various different other countries that he traveled to and spent time in Northern Africa. And so he was continually, his entire life, moving from ancient site to ancient site, covering it as a journalist. This was a big part of his life. And he also was very passionate about these ancient origin stories. And so these were things that he had been studying his entire life. He didn't just learn Sumerian. He studied it for like 40 years, along with 8 different other languages. And the interesting point is the information that he has actually translated is really completely in alignment with a lot of the other stories we have. If you look at the ancient Greek stories, Olympus was up in the heavens, right? And the Greek gods had special beings that they could ride on in order to go up into the heavens, to go to Olympus. You couldn't just go there. You had to fly there. Interesting point. Now that we know what's up in the air, there isn't actually a Mount Olympus here. So they obviously had to go somewhere else. And then we look at the Vedas, speaking about how the Devas and the Devis, and who became the Asuras, arrived on Earth in their Vimanas, flying crafts, which they describe as having an anti-gravitational warp drive. using spinning mercury and different layers of spinning organics and different coils with gold and silver. They actually describe how it's built in the Vedas, how the engine works, which actually modern physicists look at and go, that's plausible, makes sense. That's how you would create something to affect magnetism and gravity. So, there's actual lots of information that validates the story when we look at the Sumerian translations, and we can see so many of the books of the Bible seem to come directly from it. And all of the characters in the Bible are in there. And it's really interesting when we start to look at the history that can be tracked. Yeah, there's a guy, Michael Tellinger, who's been studying this as well for about 15, 20 years. And he's been studying the remnants. He believes he has found Enki's tomb just close to, in Southern Africa. Because Southern Africa was the place where the gold was being mined, according to the Stitchin work. And I've actually gone to look at other archaeologists, and their translations are not that far apart from his. They use a few different words for a few different things, but the gist of the story is the same, right? Which is really interesting. I think there's a reason why this disinformation campaign has been waged against Stitchin, because he was presenting to humans information which was just so mind-boggling out there that it challenged the church. It challenged the Catholics. It challenged religion, who said that man was created by God and the universe was created in 24 times 7, 169 hours. It took 169 hours minus 24, right? Let's get that right. It took 155 hours to create the earth and everything on it, right? And it was done by God, and humans were part of the creation, and that's the story. Anything else is like, blasphemy, effectively. So I think that he brought this information out in a time that it couldn't really be digested. But when we look at the Vedic story, this gets interesting, and it sort of aligns with these stories of the people in the ground, because this is all covered in the original Zechariah Stitchin stories. He explains how the first thing they did when they got to Earth was they started mapping out the gold under the earth, and they started digging these subterranean places. That was a huge network of subterranean paths under the earth where they could use their technology to bring out gold in vast quantities to have it refined. Probably they were turning it into monatomic gold before they were shipping it. Think about it.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Think about
because they say that it's translated as an atmospheric need for the gold to help their skies. But why wouldn't they use that to cover up the fact that they're eating it? Because they can't tell everybody that they can eat the monoatomic gold to achieve psychometry and see through time.
I think that was just one of the uses that it had, right? But it makes sense that they would have been processing the gold before putting it in the atmosphere. And they would have wanted to make it monatomic. And let's face it, a monatomic layer of monatomic gold in the atmosphere is going to become quite a powerful shield, because it's not just going to be little particles. It's going to create an electromagnetic field of potency, wouldn't it?
Yeah, imagine if they were doing that instead of aluminum and barium and strontium, and they were using gold.
Exactly.
That'd be good.
Could you in that way
reality
create a Dyson sphere of some kind to harness the energy of our of the planet, the natural energy of the planet, natural energy of the sun and all of that? Because I have been watching a video about that recently, about the different stages of oh god, I forget, but like a Dyson sphere, and
there's an anomalous star that seems to have a Dyson sphere, something obstructing.
Yeah, and they also broke it down. Like, if we were to do that with the resources we have nowadays, that would absolutely be impossible. Because if we were to encapsulate the sun, if you will, through a Dyson sphere like structure, we would quite literally have to destroy our planet just for the resources to do that. But if you could do that with something like monatomic gold, and gold it is already used in travel, in space travel, and all of that. It is used in electronics, gold and copper, and it would be a lot easier. You could possibly make it a lot thinner too, a lot lighter, a lot easier to construct, a lot easier to transport. So would that be the solution to making a Dyson sphere? And like the ancient civilizations, or the old gods, or however you want to call them, whoever they were, would they have figured that out too and already constructed it? Because that would be a clean energy source, especially if you want to power intergalactic or interdimensional crafts. You can't do that with what we call fossil fuels. You need a very, very strong energy source. So what better than the energy of our own planet, or their own planet, or sun, or the galaxy, or whatever galaxy they may come from?
I think you're onto something with that Dyson sphere. Please, you were going to say something, brother.
No, I think that would be much more likely. And if we can, like back in whenever it was, probably like the 1800s, that seems to be the time where a lot of these ideas were formed. If we can think of it theoretically, and we are definitely not the most technologically advanced that we are. We're not the most technologically advanced cycle of humanity. I'm willing to bet that it has been done. And, maybe, I don't know, maybe that is where the stories of the gold harvesting and such come from. Because, yeah, they needed it, for their Dyson sphere, for their energy needs. It's a definite possibility, and I think monotonic gold would be a much better solution.
That's absolutely a possibility, and very much potentially a reality. We have the Black Knight satellite that's been orbiting for maybe a dozen millennia. We don't know. It's been out there for longer than we've known, and we've recently discovered that there's 2 plasma clouds that orbit the Earth in front of and behind the moon, called the Kordaluski clouds. There's also the Van Allen belt, radiation belt. So there's a lot of energy out there in the outer atmosphere and around in orbit of the Earth to be able to harness energy and then maybe relay it down here to Earth as well. So they may have been doing that. That device may still be in operation. We have not been able to go out and investigate that craft yet. So there's a great chance that you wouldn't even necessarily need an entire sphere, but maybe even just a satellite to obtain some of that energy. But having a sphere is something that could be incredible for powering up, colonizing, further out into the solar system and space. That'd be an amazing space station for launching out from.
I mean, if we were to actually do some proper space exploration in a physical way, assuming that it is possible, because that's also seems also to be a point of debate among various groups, like, oh, we never went to space because it is simply not possible. A lot of flat earthers will say that. I don't think so. But we need bases on different places. Like, at the very least, we're going to need a base at the moon. Because that's such a good halfway point to at least get to Mars. And that's, that's maybe a good transition to that. We've been to the moon, supposedly.
Apparently on the far side of the moon, there's a tower there that Neil Armstrong had seen and testified about. And I've seen some footage of this supposed tower. It does not look like it's very well structured. It may have been an older tower and then maybe leaning or broken down and eroded, or it could be a natural formation.
And the communication that we we heard that was brought out between the astronauts and base here on the planet. Supposedly, there are parts cut out that that say like, "Hey guys, we're not alone here. There are crafts or there are things, you know, in the shadows on the peaks, and they're watching us." And I mean, that could also that is proposed as a also as a reason why we haven't gone back yet. Like we went once in the 60s, in the 70s, and oh no, we lost the technology. Whoops. Well, this freaking thing over here contains more power and better technology than the thing that they supposedly went to the moon with. So it's been, what, 60, 70 years? We could have gone back decades ago if we wanted to, but for some reason, we didn't. So, yeah, what if there was some sort of a being there that told us, like, hey, no, you're not going to come back. Like, cool, you made it here. Props. You're not going to come back because bad things will happen. If some, let's say alien being, or what we would perceive as alien being that is already on the moon, something that we think is a freaking lifeless rock floating out in space, tells us, you're not going to come back. Trust me, we're not going to come back.
I think that's a very interesting point that you point out. I think there's a lot to discuss here. Firstly, like the nature of the Earth, the nature of space. I know they've lied to us. I don't know the truth. I don't pretend to know the truth. But I think that they've given us a whole. It's very interesting when you look at the lokas, the way the lokas are described in the Vedas are chakras. It's also the way they're painted, which I find interesting. They're painted like chakras. And so you almost think of an event horizon, sort of like the when you look at a galaxy, right? It's a chakra. It's not a sphere. It's a flat spinning thing that seems to have shape within it, almost like you're on the inside of something, which is really, really interesting. But regardless, from getting into all of those things that seem to like all contradict each other, I think the point that you make is really, really interesting. And it makes me think about the work of his name is William Tompkins. He was an aerospace engineer for 45 years. He worked for the Navy and he worked in the development of aerospace engineering. And this guy had a lot to say. You guys should go and check him out. And so, okay, he's one name. Another name that I would also want to mention, Phil Schneider was mentioned. If I remember correctly, Phil Schneider was the guy who actually had pieces of the metal. And he was shot.
Yeah.
If memory serves. He didn't. Goes in his sleep of natural causes. He was assassinated.
Yeah, he was killed.
Is Phil Schneider also the guy who actually at some point had a shootout and an FBI agent caught his bullet, left the world, and he didn't get arrested or put in jail for that, which in itself is very suspicious? How do you put a bullet inside an FBI agent and not go to jail? There's a story behind that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to look at with this Phil Schneider character. And he claimed to have been working underground in the bases. Also another engineer. Yeah, he worked in building, He was a guy who was working in the logistics in arranging, making sure that the structures were safe, wasn't he? And organizing the structures properly, because obviously it's like underground bases that could collapse. Things could get nasty. But so there's one character. Another guy that I would say is interesting is Buzz Aldrin. Buzz Aldrin he's had a lot to say. This is not some crackpot sitting with a marijuana pipe watching fantasies. This is a guy who went apparently to space, right? So this is a guy who once again was on the inside. Could be a disinformation character, he could not, but at least he's legitimate in as much as his history says that his history is what it is, right? If I'm going to talk about Sachs High School, where I went to high school, and I've never been there before. You're going to think, who's this guy? But I went there. I went to school there. I have experience of that place. I can tell you from firsthand experience what that high school's like. Somebody who worked for aerospace, somebody who worked within aerospace. Richard Lear, another interesting character. His father was the developer of the Learjet that we know so well, and was like a really big, massive proponent in aeronautics here on Earth in his time. And Richard Lear was a test pilot that tested none other than the stealth bomber that we've heard so much about in the 60s.
The B-52.
Right? The stealth bomber that was released like the turn of the century was tested by Lear in the 60s. Lear claims that there was teleportation technology to get him to the moon and that he could breathe the air up there. That's a whole story. Whether they've engineered an atmosphere up there that's breathable, who knows? I think this information that you talk about with this Dyson sphere, if one were to do it on a smaller scale, it could hold an atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
If one were to create some kind of a Dyson sphere and one were to control the field, is that what Nibiru was doing? Were they trying to create a Dyson sphere around their planet and control it to hold the atmosphere? That's what the old records say. So could they have found those records and re-engineered that technology and put it on the moon? Could there be people in the moon? Is the moon a physical place, or is it a gateway into some other dimensional reality?
That's another thing. They say they've done like experimentations with the moon, like as you do, of course, crashing things into it. The moon is said to ring hollow like a bell.
Yeah.
Now I know that here on our planet we do have stones, rocks of some kind that if you like bonk them together, very simply put, they ring like a bell. But if we're talking, you mentioned Dyson's, like we're talking Dyson sphere. What if like the moon is a Dyson sphere? And
that all the particles around it have crystallized.
Yeah. A lot of space dust. A lot of, I don't know, like comets, whatever shit flying by, leaving debris, falling on top of it, crystallizing. I mean, over hundreds of thousands of years.
Millions.
That will build up. Yeah, for sure. That will build up. And that would also make sense that why its location in conjunction to our planet is just so perfect. It's too perfect, almost. It's like it's placed there. And I believe the going theory is that, it was a part of our planet and that broke off and whatever. And it's like, yeah, but if that is the case, it would have been flung to the far ends of space. Our gravitational force, even back in the way early stages of the formation of our planet, our gravitational force wasn't that strong that if some part of our planets gets flown off because of a impact of some sort, it just is like, nope, you're staying here. Come on. Unless we indeed, whatever was, alive billions of years ago, assuming that is the age of the Earth, which I also very much doubt, we had some sort of a giant crane that we could like shoot off, like, hey, no, you're staying here. Then it doesn't make sense. The moon rings like a bell. We've been there once, never gone back. Its placement, distance to Earth is too perfect. The moon controls so much here on Earth. The water in any kind, even in ourselves. That's why lunacy is a thing,
There's an interesting question that I want to share. Claire De Beer, I hope you're still with us, Claire. Sorry I waited so long. I meant to ask earlier, but the conversation keeps moving. It's so exciting. It's hard to keep up. But Claire de Beer asked us, and I think that this is relevant to the discussion we're having here about Dyson spheres, because to me, Dyson spheres and the creation of monatomic gold seem to be the same story. It seems to be like if you want to create a Dyson sphere, according to what we know about monatomic gold, it can have interesting reactions for gravity, for magnetism, for electromagnetism. It can have its own sort of field, which can generate all sorts of changing the mass of objects, changing the density of objects, transmuting lead to gold. We think it's just a fantasy or a fallacy, but this white atomic gold was used as a test to test whether it was valid, because if it's the real McCoy, it can change lead into gold. And that was the test that the alchemists did to know that they had made the ormus correctly. So they weren't trying to turn lead into gold, but they made ormus. Now they need to know, is it legit? Did I do it right? Oh, if it's real ormus, it can transmute one element into another. Wow. So the qualities of ormus is incredible. So Claire de Beer says, have any of you eaten monatomic gold? I was looking into combining it with frankincense and myrrh, as in the gifts Jesus got from the 3 wise men. I've got an answer for you, Claire de Beer. I looked into this sincerely about 15, 20 years ago. And back in the days before Google owned the internet. So there was a lot more freedom then in those days. And my impression was that, let's just put it this way. There's a reason why the alchemists were testing the ormus to make sure that it could transmute lead to gold. Because if you eat this monatomic substance, if it's not made correctly, it can cause all sorts of reactions with your DNA. And those reactions aren't necessarily all good. So there's a severe danger of, is this the real McCoy ormus, right? And the manufacturing of this ormus is such a deeply held mystical secret and extremely dangerous to the person who wants to make it, where your life could literally be risked in making this ormus, that in order to manufacture it is extremely dangerous. In order to get it from someone else and know that it's legit is a very dangerous act. I haven't eaten it. I have heard from people who claim that they've eaten it, and I've heard a lot of horror stories from people that have left this world because of eating what they thought was ormus. I think it's a trade secret what real ormus is, and we might come across ormus that's been done not properly. Sort of like this: if you eat in the wrong restaurant, right, you could end up with E. coli, and it could be disastrous. Like, I traveled in India. I tell you, I know from experience what E. coli feels like. It's not fun. So, you know, I haven't eaten it, and I reckon that even if it's manufactured and it could be correctly manufactured, I think there's more to just eating it. I think there's a lot more to this, because it's basically your DNA. Think of what your DNA are. So there's these resonating fields that are spinning, right? And they're spinning through each other. And so these 23 pairs of chromosomes are spinning really, really fast. And these are like very fine nucleic acids, if memory serves. It's what amino acid chains are made out of these very fine spinning frequencies. And these things then are spinning so fast that they can transform and transmute and change and evolve, right? So then what happens is the telomeres get shortened because these things break down, right? And every time they break down and they recode themselves, the telomere gets a little shorter and shorter and shorter. So there's a story that the ancient Egyptian pharaohs were eating the ormus in order to protect the telomeres. Because then what happens is the DNA itself wraps itself around the monatomic filament of gold. And now it's a caduceus with a stake of gold with the DNA spinning around the gold. And then obviously that gold, because it's ormus, has the qualities of changing magnetism and gravity and electrical impulses. And so the consciousness is affected in a very powerful way bringing about superpowers, supernatural abilities because of this. This was the idea behind the occult practitioners. Why they wanted to eat Ormus was to develop these psychic powers to a high degree and to be able to get access to other planes of existence, maybe even being able to carry the body to another through stargates. What a concept. But the dangers then are that your DNA is now stuck on these rods, and possibly it can make you live really, really long. But how does it affect the evolution? These are things we don't know, right? Because we are in a state of evolution, and part of that evolution is change. And if you can't evolve and change, do you get left behind? And now we're going to talk about Rudolf Steiner and the eighth sphere and all of those beings that are stuck, unable to move forward with the timeline because they're unable to evolve with the changing frequencies of consciousness that are manifesting reality. They are stuck in a past tangent. Would this leave you stuck in this time strain? And if you're stuck in this time frame, video frame of time, if we can call it such a metaphor, then how would you be able to evolve with time in order for your body to be evolving? Because the requirements of your body are going to be different as per the different requirements being projected by reality. And the sun's changing, everything's changing. So our bodies are continually adapting to the environment. And so possibly we could become stagnant because of these monatomic slithers of gold, Ormus, that keep our DNA spinning in the same pattern. And possibly we could be trapped in a time portal, which means that we would be effectively getting left behind. And that being left behind would leave us behind in what is called the eighth sphere. So this is an interesting concept, yeah. And I think Rudolf Steiner's work might be worth looking at, probably Blavatsky as well, the anthroposophy as well as the as theosophy. In fact, Rudolf Steiner was a student of Madame Blavatsky. Not directly, but he was part of the Theosophical Society originally. And he then wrote his doctrine on anthroposophy. And I think it was a year after he released his doctrine on anthroposophy that he was ejected from the Theosophical Society, where he had been an active member for many years, studying and working on. In fact, he did some translations of Blavatsky's work, right? More modernized. So by looking at his work and by looking at Blavatsky's work, probably is a good overview to be obtained, looking at the Ormus and the monatomic gold. I'm sure he speaks about it. I know Blavatsky did. So there's a lot there, but I think it's dangerous.
Could you send me like a short summary of all that? Because I coincidentally, I actually have a proper alchemist on my podcast tomorrow, and I would love to ask him all of this. Like, he is a proper alchemist. He is brother. With all of that. But so that made me think of it right away. That's so fucking fascinating. With the
I will do 157.
What I was
easiest way is to take a photo.
for sure. I mean, like I mentioned, with all the UAPs and whatever, if they don't want to be seen, they won't be seen. But what I was thinking, like the eighth sphere often, like they'll say like it's often also in connection with the black sun, the black hole sun and whatever. And it reminds me a friend of mine, Nick, from the Occult Rejects, which is another great show that you guys should check out. I have done a show on the black sun with him. He's been on multiple shows talking about it, and what he sees when he is in that meditative state and is yeah, indeed. Won't you come and wash away the rain? I actually used a slowed down version for my intro, which got copyrighted, of course. But what he sees when he is crossing the abyss if you will. And he's using that also as his new logo, created by Mario from Symbolic Studies, which is someone you should also check out. He sees like the black sun, the black hole sun, like he sees it right in front of him, if you will. Like he's traveling to there in a straight line, but what he sees on the sides is what he described as a film reel of some kind, sepia colored film reel. And that's why he also thinks that if, you know, some of the major artists talk or sing about cellophane skies, that is what they're talking about, crossing the abyss, and the film reels or cellophane skies that they'll see. And they are he hasn't like gone into those film reels as of yet, but they are places, and they might be places in time, they might be places in space, they might be other places on this planet, in this realm. But that made me think of it right away, because that could, you know, on a film reel, those are literally time frames. So what if like you could time travel through that? So instead of like going into the black hole sun, you take a left or you take a right into one of those time frames. And what if, you know, if you're not experienced enough, or you get scared or whatever, turns into a bad trip. I mean, I've had a bad trip before, hella unpleasant. What if then you get stuck in that time frame? Stuck in time, quite literally.
Interesting. I always love to think the time. Go on, Franklin.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say?
No, after you, brother. I
I
just wanted to respond to something else that we're moving away from the earlier conversation. But that's really interesting discussion. Carry on, and I'll jump on in a minute. I'll remember
things when it comes to time travel. The law of one suggests that the indigo rays are from the future, and that they've returned here to help guide us to a better future timeline. Some people consider that in the movie They Come, where the dude puts on the sunglasses and he can all of a sudden see the invaders. In that movie, there's a guy with a shopping cart in one scene that says, they're here from the future. It's us. They came back. And so there's a prominent theory that these aliens are actually humans from the future. And my brother's ex-girlfriend one time told me that if humans were stuck in outer space for a long time in a craft, that they would end up looking like grays, because they'd become emaciated. They'd have to use as little light as possible. Their pupils would become extremely well dilated. Their eyes would get much bigger. Their fingers would get much longer, because with Lamarckian evolution, when you use something, it becomes more prominent. When you don't use something, it becomes vestigial. That was something that was thrown out. But if you consider that, that's now coming into more merit that we're looking at epigenetics. It's definitely seems like people would turn into a gray-like creature if being stuck in a craft for many generations. So that's something to consider there. It's just something that I want to throw out there. And thank you for mentioning the time travel aspect.
No, good one. Good one. That is, yeah.
I want to respond to that because there's the etheric field that one can travel into. Then there's the astral field.
Yeah.
And then there's the causal field. So like I have different experiences in different of these fields, and you could call the one the underworld. You could call the other one the middle world of the shaman. You can call the other one the divine plane. And so the Akasha, as we know in Vedas, this is where one's consciousness is in the causal field, the causal body, which is containing all of times. Right. So this is an interesting perspective. And however, my experience of all of these are what you're talking about. These, I see them as potentials. Like I literally see them as potential timelines running off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they seem like to me. They seem like potential directional changes of and depends on what plane of existence you're in. on the etheric field, when you're crossing into the astral, they seem like timelines. But when you're on the astral and you're going to the limits of the astral, they seem like entirely different kinds of universes, where they're not just timelines, but there's something even more abstract, if that makes sense. To the point where the laws of physics don't have to be what the laws of physics are here. Completely different. And I've got memories of different places. From when you go into the causal field, you start to download the memories from other places where the laws of physics are not like this, where our consciousness and everything is different, attuned to this reality that we're in, which is like a completely different ball of eggs than here, where we operate on a different frequency of being, and we are so connected to our surrounding that like we're not separate to the reality. And the tree that we're looking at, we are part of that tree's growth, and we can be a part of that tree's growth, and that tree can grow the way we need or want it to grow in order to become what we need it to be. There's no such thing as chopping down trees for energy, because the energy is something else. So I just think that when we talk about the eighth sphere, people have read about it and they think, oh, that must be the eighth sphere. I think the eighth sphere is something very else. And I think that is what in the Kabbalah is called the Duat. And going through the Duat center is going through it seems like it's the exhaust pipe of the universe. That's what it feels like. It's like, your neck will shiver at the thought of this place. It's not a structure of reality, and there's only one thing there, the end. That's like the only time I've been there was when I was completely sure that I was not alive anymore, and I let those archons take me there because there was nowhere else to be. I was trapped on the astral plane for what seemed like months. Yeah, going too far into these things, and I was stuck there, and I was like, okay, so my body must be gone. Couldn't find my body. I was like, okay. And so that whisper of fear is underneath the consciousness, and they smell that, and they come after it, and they move. These creatures move in a different way. They move tangentially. They move like tangents. I'm sure Cosmic will have an idea about what they move in a tangent, man. These things move like that, so you can't move away from them because they move in a different tangent to you. Like space. What is space? So this is the astral plane is so abstract that it doesn't have that structure. Like the etheric has got like some kind of rationality to the dimensionality of it because it's about form and shape. The astral is about pure energy. And so energy doesn't have to follow a particular, there's lots of different patterns within that toric field that you can be moving through on the same plane that are sharing the same point in space, or apparent point, because we're not actually in a point, sharing the same trajectory through the sphere of space, but connecting with other trajectories in an abstract fashion, not really connecting with them, but moving through them, but in that process being one with them, if that makes any abstract sense. So I think in the astral plane, we can have these experiences and we think that that is the eighth sphere. But when I thought, when I realized I was finished and I was like accepting, okay, let's do this. What's next? Mm-hmm. And at that point, I got taken into this place, and that's like a very hectic thing to be in. And you are literally, the only one word that can describe that is a bottomless pit, where you are, the whole universe outside under you is like hollow. And it's a very vertigo experience.
Tartarus.
Sorry?
That makes me think of Tartarus, the bottomless pit, where the...
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And you're in this thing, and it's like, there's all these beings around you. You're somehow bound in a spiral, but there's this exhaust, and this exhaust wants to dismantle you. It's like if you go past a certain point, you'll be dismantled. And the only thing that can maintain you not going past that point is your core integrity. So you lose your core integrity, and that's the, your soul will be dismembered. It's like a very, very hectic thing we're talking about there. Like
that kind of sounds like
of the soul.
I mean, energy can't be destroyed. It can only be reformed and possibly scattered. But that also sounds like how a, I guess, physical sort of black hole works, that the gravity becomes so
Yes.
incredibly strong that you're stretched until you're nothing but molecules. And the black hole sun, it is of course also said that it is a, people equate it to a black hole as well. And what you said, like, dying, many people will say that if you die, that you see a white light of sorts. A black hole has a gravity strong enough that it can swallow up light as well, but it has to go somewhere, so it comes out the other end of a black hole, wherever that may be. So that would be a light beam, a light hole, if you will. So if you go through the black sun, the black hole sun, if you cross the abyss, if you are going through physical death, then on the other side it would be light indeed. But like, very much pressed to.
But I think this is when you're not crossing the abyss. You with me? Like,
yeah,
when you are at that point where you haven't crossed the abyss and you're in the abyss, and there's a real danger. That's my experience of it. There's a very real danger that like the molecules of your body can be taken apart and all the minerals can be taken out of them and the minerals can be dispersed. I think that can happen on a soul level with identity.
Yeah.
Where you can be expunged from the Akashic field and your literally your causal body can be dismembered. And if your causal body gets dismembered, you cannot reincarnate. You got to start off at the beginning of like an atom, what we call an atom, and evolve through different cycles and eons of evolution to become an amoeba, to become this, to become that, to become, we're talking billions and trillions of years of evolutional to get back to the sort of structure that we've become, because it seems like with every structure we grow and we become bigger and we become more. But this is such an incredibly long phase. But
so that would
there's
be
another interesting point. I want to respond to Mormon. Sorry?
No, go ahead. Sorry, just thinking out loud, but go ahead.
I wanted to respond to Mormon, and Mormon said, I respect you all. I stake my life on the fact that nobody has been to the moon. Now, I agree with the conventional story about the moon not being true, and the conventional rockets, the way they say we've traveled to the moon not being true, because we can get into this, the Van Halen belt. When you look at the science of the Van Halen belt, these rockets, aluminium, titanium-based rockets, they would melt.
Yeah.
Go and look at the Van Halen belt. Look at the numbers. Look at the temperatures.
Okay,
radiation.
But I have a counter to that Van Halen argument, because I actually saw a video that
is it the Van Allen belt?
Van Allen belt.
So, getting back to Mormon Rishi, is that I would say that conventionally we haven't necessarily gone, but using unconventional technology that we don't know about, who knows what's possible. That's my idea about the moon. Yeah, please, Cosmic, do take the stage.
I am unfortunately going to debunk this Van Allen belt conspiracy, because I actually saw a video that kind of explained it in a way that actually makes a lot of sense. So the idea, the conventional idea, is that because the Van Allen belt has a certain temperature, that if a spacecraft made of aluminum would pass through it, because the temperature is higher, it would melt. But there's a lot of other factors that you have to consider here. One also being the density of the actual molecules in space. Now, in space, in the Van Allen belt, the molecules are not as dense as they would be in Earth. So the analogy they use is a hot oven. If I'm cooking like a turkey or something in a hot oven, and I cook that oven up to 400 degrees, if I put my hand in that oven, my hand isn't going to catch on fire. It'll still stay fine. It'll be a little bit warm. Now, if I touch the side of the oven, then my hand will burn. And so that's kind of the same sort of principle with the Van Allen belt. So it's like the Van Allen belt, sort of like sticking your hand in an oven, but not touching the sides. And I think that's and then because of the way the speed which it's going through, it would have to stay in that Van Allen belt for an extended period of time before any kind of damage to said craft would actually happen. I just wanted to throw that out there, you know.
Yeah. Kind of a side tangent. I just wanted to quickly mention that the Mayans' belief system really synchronized with what we were talking about earlier with going into the black hole, in the sense that they believed that the spirit was connected from the heart space to the center of the earth, and then from there to the center of the galaxy, and then the soul would return back through the center of the earth to the center of the galaxy to be reborn and reincarnated from there after death. So I just wanted to mention that there's a good tie-in with some of the stuff that Simon was talking about earlier.
Just looking at the Van Allen belt, I've seen people that reckon that they're physicists talking about it, and I have my doubts about all these so-called debunkers, and I'll explain to you why. Just because of the data. If we just look at the data and we don't, for example, you say you could put your hand in an oven, right? And it won't burn. But how long can you keep your hand in that oven before it burns? That's the question, right? So sure, you can put your hand there for a few seconds, 60 seconds, maybe. But can you keep your hand in that oven for 20 minutes or 10 minutes without your hand burning? These are the questions. So on the surface, you can wash it away and go, oh yeah, well, you can put your hand in an oven, but how long are you keeping it in the oven for? So this is the story behind the Van Allen belt, as we know. So the temperature on the Van Allen belt is minimum 2,000 degrees Kelvin up to 20,000 degrees Kelvin. That is the range of temperature. Now, just to give you an idea, 2,000 Kelvin to centigrade, just to give you an idea. So the minimum temperature of the Van Allen belt, the minimum, absolute minimum temperature is 1,726.85 degrees Celsius. That is the minimum. Now you can imagine that a rocket is going to try and stick as close to the minimum temperature as possible, right? This is what we're guessing. Now we need to consider the thickness of the Van Allen belt. Now, technically, the Van Allen belt is between, well, it's 13,000 to 16,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. That's mostly electrons. But under 13,000, there's the typical extension of the Van Allen belt is minimum 1,000 kilometers, right, to 12,000 kilometers. And so the rockets are going to have to, they're not going to be able to do a straight trajectory. They're going to have to try and cut through, as they've been explained. If you actually listen to the aeronautic people explaining how it's done, they actually have to plot a course through the Van Allen belt to try and keep it to the minimum temperature and not to stay in for too long. Now, we're talking about 1,000 kilometers, right? What is the speed of the space rocket when it's traveling through there, right? We're talking about the Van Allen belt speed is that it's going through is about the rockets are probably traveling at about 16, 17,000, 18,000 kilometers, right? Which means that we're talking about minimum 1/18th, but probably more like 1/15th, right? So for more than 4 minutes, the craft is going to be at 1,726 degrees Celsius plus. Plus, there's going to be a period of going in where the temperature will be like before you're getting into the proper Van Allen belt, it's still hot. And when you're coming out, it's still hot. Now, what is the melting temperature of aluminium? Aluminium.
I think there's kind of a point you're missing here, though, Franklin, because, like, okay, so I hear the argument that there is that this Van Allen belt is.
Just can I just finish quickly?
Sorry.
660 degrees. 660 degrees.
I heard
So
you.
the aluminium is melting before it gets to the Van Halen belt. Long before it gets to the Van Halen belt.
All right.
And it's melting long after it's gone through that 1,000 kilometer. And the range of temperature is so great. Basically, the aluminium is spending at least 10, 15, 20 minutes in melting temperature.
Yeah, but
Now, if you're a metallurgist, how long does it take to melt aluminium at a high temperature?
Franklin, here's the thing, though. We're talking about temperature, but we also have to talk about particle density here, right? So if I have something that has if I have particles that are 1,000 degrees, and let's say I have 500 particles that are 1,000 degrees, that's going to have a certain effect on temperatures. Now let's say I have 5 billion particles that are 1,000 degrees. Now that's going to heat something and melt something up at a much faster rate, because while there is a temperature of the particles, the density of the particles also determines whether or not something burns or melts or freezes. If something has a high density of particles with a high temperature, that's going to melt and burn something at a much faster rate than something that has the same temperature as those particles, but doesn't have the same level of density. So the argument that I was basically trying to make before is that the Van Allen belt has a very low density of particles, even though it has a high temperature, even though it has the same temperature that would basically melt aluminum, it doesn't necessarily have the density which wouldn't have the right level of energy to actually melt it, because there's not as many particles, not as many electrons. So it says you have to think, because it's like energy. Like the more high temperature, the more energy something has. But you also think about the quantity of the particles at play. So that's my argument there.
You also have to consider that temperature is somewhat of an average of the extremes down to the mean temperature that's there. So you're considering that if the temperature in space is extremely low, then these particles have to be extremely heavy for that area to have a temperature that high. So it's
thank you.
Particular temperature.
Thank you. The energy output is directly proportional to the temperature, not to the number of particles. I want us to repeat this. The energy output is not about how many particles. Look, I can throw 20 punches that are light, or I can throw one punch, it's a power punch. And that one power punch can have all the power of those 20 little boxes taps, tick, 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 tick. But a one power punch can knock someone off their feet that they roll on the floor, right? Two different things. You could say, oh, but that one punch is just one punch. Look at those other 20 punches. Well, as a martial artist, what's going to win the fight? It's that knockout punch that does the story. So, in the same way that all of this is hypothetical ideas, which is actually like a smoke screen to hide the fact that the energy output is the temperature. The temperature is a direct reflection of energy output. So there might be less particles, but those particles are generating such high energy that the actual temperature output is so high. And when we're talking about the temperature is a background ambiance. So this craft is traveling through these high temperatures for a long time. And that aluminium has melted long before it even gets to the Van Halen belt. I'm just saying, what is protecting the people inside this craft from such extreme temperatures? Just think about it for a moment. It begs the question of whether these rockets have actually been going to space or not. And do we have other technology that goes to space? And I think this is what Mormon is sort of responding to. And I'm playing devil's advocate here, but I also agree with Mormon that there have been like the logistical story. But let's for a moment say that maybe what you're saying is true, right? Maybe what you're saying is valid, because I don't know. Just to me, common sense, like it seems like this disinformation campaign that's been wielded to us to hide the fact that temperature is a reflection of energy output.
They say that studies that no astronauts became sterile from space travel from exposure to radiation. I say that highly improbable. I feel like they many of them would have been, if not all. That's a lot of radiation that the atmosphere protects us from. And one hull of aluminum or metal is not going to protect you from very much of that radiation. I would think if
That's
we're really going out there, good show.
John Lear claims to have traveled to the moon using teleportation technology.
I don't know if I quite understand the logic here, because I guess maybe I don't understand physics well enough to know that certain particles, but my, layman's terms understanding is that, even if you can make the argument that somehow, even though you have these smaller amount of particles, that they produce some kind of excess amount of energy, you would have to think that at least in somewhere that the more mass something has, the more potential energy it has within its system. It's like if I, try to move, I'm trying to think like something, you think about like a 400-pound weight versus like a 5-pound weight, you crush something down with a 400-pound weight, that has more potential energy, within it. So I think at least from that point of view, I think the logic, makes sense that, probably it's like a less likelihood that probably the reason they got through the Van Allen belt is because there's a lot more dimensions going on when it comes to the physics, not just the temperature, but the, the density of the particles. And then you kind of configure that with the sort of the output of the energy, and you sort of multiply those two factors together, and then you probably get some kind of, equation or whatever. And I think also too, when I think about like, people, they work hard, going to, school and figuring out science. And I don't know, just sometimes I guess maybe there's a distasteful fact of like the whole idea of like not going to space. It's kind of basically saying that like, it's kind of shitting on human achievements and kind of and spitting on it. Oh, look at you. You think you're so smart, going to the moon and figuring out that. What are you wasting your time for? I don't know. It just seems a little bit disingenuous to me to kind of like look at that. And I know, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is like when it comes to, understanding like the metaphysics of the universe, I think sometimes we get kind of lost in these more mundane picture shows of like, oh, is the moon landing fake or real? Is the earth flat or whatever? And I think like when it comes to the extra dimensional angle and the sort of the way the dream world intersects with our world, to me is so much more interesting. Like I've been thinking about when it comes to aliens, I think in terms of kind of like the Lovecraft world, particularly his one short story called From Beyond. Now in From Beyond, the idea was I think the Professor Crawford Tillinghast creates what's known as the resonator, and these tuning forks that create a specific type of frequency that stimulates the pineal gland, which then allows the person who are within that frequency to see extra dimensional beings. And when they turn on there's even a movie about it. It's a really good movie from the 1980s called Jeffrey Combs. If you want to see a good Lovecraftian horror movie, check out From Beyond.
90s is pretty good.
Yeah, the late 80s, early 90s. And but what's fascinating to me, like this is what I think probably, when it comes to these aliens, I think they are extra dimensional beings because, in the movie, the idea was that when you stimulate a certain sense of the pineal gland, it's opened up these extra sensory capacities that allow you to see into this other world, and that these beings also see you. And I think when it comes to the UFO phenomenon, I think probably the same thing, because we also have to think about people who've experienced aliens on entheogens, people who've experienced them in dream states and magical rituals. And I think there's something about, because the one thing we have to say about when it comes to aliens and extraterrestrials, we can't deny that consciousness is a factor at play when it comes to the experience of these beings, whether people remembering being taken up into a spacecraft, or even if you think about some people who go into the ancient astronaut theory, whether you believe in that or not. But it's obviously when it comes to these beings, there is that element that it's not just this, the physical crafting. Because I think maybe if we're going to talk about psyops here, and we're going to talk about people limiting people's imagination, I think the idea that, aliens are just these physical crafts from this physical dimension, well, it's almost like you're taking that supernatural mythology and you're making it mundane. It's almost like, oh, these entities, these spirits, these ancestors, these gods, oh, they were just physical aliens. And it's like a subtle way that kind of discredits those spiritual traditions by turning them into aliens. But I think if you kind of look at them more as sort of being on the outer human dreamlands where they kind of came in, there's a lot more, like when it comes to the alien, like I'm interested in the very alien, like the whole idea of these weird extra dimensional spaces outside of space and time, your Lovecraftian, kind of stuffs, and your Cthulhu's and your Yog-Sothoths and that kind of that stuff is always I've always been so drawn to that for some reason. That's really the deep alienness, that deeper alienness than like a great
aliens is that they're so human-like.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
They are very human-like.
It's suspect to me. I feel like we want the aliens to be our friends or talk to them and have them understand.
Wait a minute though. You pointed something out interesting here, Indy. I wanted to
around, or those breakaway civilization. I feel like a true alien. I've had visions of aliens on the planets of on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, on Enceladus and Europa. These are like kind of like a cephalopod, like a squid, but their tentacles come off and they have like glowing eyes on the tentacles that they can grab with. They bring it back to the head, and the head devours the prey. It's a very different thing.
I like it.
The prey was like kind of like trilobites, like little scuttlebugs. They would go and grab them and bring them back. And to me, it seemed like the octopus are related to them. They're very strange. They can change their own RNA, and they seem anomalous here. So it makes me feel like that our life may have come from life on those ice moons initially, and has grown from that. This is like a thing that I've had visions of this. And so I've just called it a theory, but it's something I've seen. I've channeled this information, but those things are very alien. They don't have like a mouth or arms. Or they don't really walk or anything. Like they're in the sea, and you would not want to mess with these creatures. But I feel like when we talk about these, like the Galactic Council or something, and they're all people. They're just people. I feel like that's more likely to be a breakaway civilization that has transcended Earth and has colonized into space. And if that's the case, there's a really interesting study that was done recently where they looked at an Amazonian tribe that has never been contacted by Western civilization. And they didn't go to contact them in person because they might get diseases and kill them off or something. So they just set up a trail cam, and they saw them looking at an airplane. We're like, what's that? And so they thought about that. They thought they're an uncontacted tribe. Maybe we are an uncontacted tribe. Maybe these sky people are around us and they live in places we don't see. And we've never been contacted by them. We can't figure out who these sky people are. What are these things? So if you think about that, they might not be from outer space, but what better idea could they have than to mislead us by thinking that they are from outer space?
You made me an interesting kind of like point, because we're talking about the whole idea of like aliens being humanoid. That seems to kind of further, reinforce the theory I was talking about earlier about the idea that these beings are kind of from alternate Earths, alternate dimensions. So they come from a planet Earth from a similar dimension. They would probably evolve in a slightly different way. So that makes more sense than being from a completely different planet entirely. Like I'm thinking of like I'm in my mind, I'm visualizing planet Earth, but like almost like through a kaleidoscope. And there's all these other kind of like Earths, kind of like in a big like sphere, like together, and all these with all different slightly like changes and variations, and like that's kind of like what the Earth looks like. So I'm like almost a person, like there's the whole like there's flat Earth theory, and there's just your standard round Earth theory. I'm kind of like maybe what I'm proposing here is like hypersphere Earth. Like more like there's 2D Earth, 3D Earth. I'm probably like a 4D or a 5D Earth, and that 5D Earth includes the alternate Earths from other dimensions. And when all those other alternate, they create like a big hologram of multiple Earths and different universes, and that perhaps is where these beings actually come from, or at least the ones that are more humanoid-like. And then like the more truly alien ones, maybe those are the ones that actually come from alternate planets, like your weird tentacled, Yuggoth type beings.
You could even say that, in Germanic mythology, the 9 realms of the Yggdrasil. The Yggdrasil being the world tree, being the the axis, being the axis mundi, literally, the 9 realms. Very different beings live on there. Giants, elves, dwarves, gods, like you name it, offspring between them. So, yeah, different worlds, different realms. Absolutely. And that is not to say, like, I do believe that, let's say, physical aliens also exist. I think it'd be selfish to say that they don't. Like, in the entire universe, known universe and beyond that, it'd be incredibly selfish to think that our planet, our realm, if you will, is the only one with life forms on them. I think that is impossible or improbable.
I agree. I definitely agree. So the Fae have kind of like teaching me about actual sort of like, Sliz in particular has been teaching me sort of about the like how it, because like we talk about the idea that different universes have different laws of physics. And she basically kind of taught about like the idea of matter itself being sort of akin to the fertility of the soil. And the more fertile the soil is, the more conscious that soil is. And when you have a soil, and depending upon how conscious the matter is, that then determines what type of laws of physics emerge from that. So the idea is, in Zarfexology, you kind of think of everything in terms of spheres and things sort of reflecting and emanating from spheres. And they have the sphere for physical matter is known as the Fearmongering. It's kind of like the symbols, like a cross with like 4 orbs on each end of the cross. And the idea is within each sort of Zarfax, which is like a cluster of universes, there's 16 of these Fearmongers in a circle. And each one of them has a different sort of range of consciousness and sentience to them. So my understanding is that maybe our particular Fearmongering universe is kind of like more like a desert, because it's not the soil is not necessarily fertile, hence why there's not a whole lot of alien beings and planets. But in different universes where the matter has a higher level of fertility, there's a higher likelihood of planets that have created organisms and beings, depending upon which type of physical universe. So it seems that the laws of physics seem to, depending on what universe it in, depends on how easily life evolves from that. Well, at least, I should clarify that. In Zarfexology, everything is technically alive, but when the matter has higher levels of sentience, it's the laws of physics. I mean, when you think about like sentience level, like there's a difference of sentience, like when you're normal and you're walking on versus when you've drinking like 6 beers or something and you're kind of buzzed already. You can definitely tell within those two things, there is a different level of consciousness. There's a different level of intensity of awareness and being. And matter, depending on which universe you're in, seems to have that similar kind of structure where there's like matter that exists within certain frequency ranges. And perhaps black hole is when a certain aspect of that frequency reaches a sort of event horizon that sort of like goes to a frequency level that's beyond its range and opens a portal to the next physical universe.
I think that's very much on point. I think there's a lot that we're going to learn about the nature of space and time and the illusion of space. This is why I don't get too caught up on the flat Earth, concave Earth, round Earth, solid Earth, plasma Earth that becomes solid when observed. I think there are a lot of different possibilities here. I do agree with the idea that there's definitely a conscious experience, that reality is a conscious experience that is happening. In other words, that consciousness is part of the process of reality becoming what it seems to be, and that much of what we experience as reality is really consciousness. So there's this process happening, and the nature of reality, I believe, is in a state of flux, which means it can be viewed in different ways. It can be experienced in different ways. I also agree with what Sean Clark said. Sean, I hope you're with us. You know, the fiction about space. I do believe that there's a big fiction. Whether the Van Halen belt is what they say it is or not, I just bring that to attention just to look at the numbers. There's so many fictions thrown at us from different directions that we're supposed to believe them all, and they all sort of contradict each other in a funny way, which is interesting. The reason I can't mention the Van Halen belt is because so many physicists have actually spoken out about it. There's been a big movement of physicists that have spoken out about it, saying it's not really rational for the craft to actually get through the Van Halen belt. How is this happening? It doesn't make sense. So I think there's a lot of different ideas out there and different ways of interpreting the reality. I want to get into the idea being presented by William M. Tompkins. Now, I mentioned him earlier. He was an aerospace engineer for 45 years. And so somebody asked this question about the moon. It was Stein. And Stein had to go. Pity. Stein is such a busy dude. Respect to Stein. He's doing a podcast as well. Make sure you check out Stein's channel. He does bulk podcasts. He's doing like 2 or 3 today. Just heads up. But he's doing another one. So he's really, he gets around. He's very busy. So respect to him. He's a full-on hardcore podcaster. But he mentioned like the moon as being a base. Now, this is a very interesting concept because it tallies in with what this William Tompkins has actually had to say about the nature of the projects that we've seen running. For example, the Apollo. So I will give you a synopsis of what he describes the Apollo missions, what they were. Now, this isn't just some conspiracy theorist guy. This is a guy who worked in aerospace for his whole life. And he was one of their prominent, important engineers. So let's see what the so-called space engineers who worked on space engineering has to say. His idea was that the Apollo mission was a mission that we don't know about. And his obituary was, I think, in 2017. Yeah. And he started going public with it sometime before he left the world. Obviously, he had been silenced. He wasn't allowed to discuss it because of national security. But I think that there had been a certain period of time where he was too old and he was like, you can't touch me anymore anyway. You know, what are you going to do? And so he did go public with it. But it could be disinformation. It could just be more nonsense thrown into the pan. But let's hear what he had to say. So his idea was that the Apollo mission was actually to go to the moon and facilitate a base. He also speaks extensively about the Nordic tribes, who he describes them as being our cousins from elsewhere. His words. He claims that on the projects that he worked on, there were 3 Nordic, what do you call them, exchange personnel working in alignment with his engineering team to make sure that they completed certain specs for craft design. He also points out that the moon was to be colonized and to create a base on the moon, and from there to create a base on Mars, and from there to create bases on all of the planets that could be base created in our solar system, or the moons on the planets for places the planets couldn't be. So the moon on Saturn, certain moons in Jupiter possibly, but to find places to create bases. And from there, expand beyond our solar system into other solar systems. And so this was the original plan of that particular series of missions, according to a guy who was working there. And according to him, they had Nordic people working with him. In fact, he speaks of one of the Nordic women, and this is very interesting. He said she was the spitting image of, and he shows photographs of her and the two Nordic men, very beautiful people, by the way. And she looks the spitting image of that psychic that was part of the Reich.
Maria
What was her name? I forget her name.
Maria.
Sorry?
Maria Orsic.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Beautiful, gorgeous woman. And she was the one who channeled all the technology from the crystal ball for the Reich to build their Vril machines that used warp technology. In other words, gravitational warp technology of propulsion. And she was one of the psychics that worked closely with this certain part of the SS team that were like the psychic navigators. And they had this communication running with beings from elsewhere. This is interesting what cosmic you're talking about, you know. And when you talk about extraterrestrials, this is why if you look in the write-up, I mentioned plasma beings. Because I don't think all beings are necessarily physical. And I think what we're experiencing as a plasma being is a being that is elsewhere, but able to sort of brush against this world to a point.
I think another term for what you're talking about is, you've ever heard of the term ultra-terrestrial? That kind of sounds like what you're talking about, where it's like a being that's not quite physical, kind of moves in between physical reality and the astral world is kind of in between. I've been using that. That's another term that some people use. I don't know if you heard it before or not.
It's a nice term, ultra-terrestrial, like beyond terrestrial. And I think a lot of the technology of these, what you call ultra-terrestrial beings, they possibly have, some of them have high levels of technology that can phase their consciousness bodies into our phasing of matter and possibly phase their energy into other states. Some of them, possibly. And you guys brought up an interesting point. Stein was saying that he didn't believe that the conventional idea is this, that there are 200 billion galaxies. Let's do the math. 200 billion galaxies. So that is 2 and then 11 zeros. Okay, so 2 and 11 zeros. That's how many galaxies there are. Then in each galaxy, there are billions of stars, minimum billions up to 10, 20 billion. Right. Probably averaging like 4 or 5 or 6 billion. Let's say 3 billion. Let's just be kind and be like, think small. So 3, once again, 9 zeros. Add the 9 zeros onto the, how many zeros were we dealing with before? How many zeros are we talking about here? That's how many suns there are. No, sorry. You need to multiply the 9 zeros. The 3 and the 9 zeros need to be by the other zeros. Are you with me? Now we get like ridiculous numbers. So there are so many zeros that we're talking Googleplex numbers, right? Are we talking hundreds of zeros? I reckon. A number with hundreds of zeros. That's how many.
What was the number again? What were the numbers again?
So there are 200 billion galaxies. Each galaxy with billions of stars.
200 billion. So how many billions of stars per galaxy was it?
Could be 10, could be 5, could be 3, could be 2, depends. So let's say 3 billion times 200 billion. What kind of an answer do we get?
I got
E plus 20.
E plus 21, so it's like not even a number, but I don't know. When you hear those numbers, do you think, oh, that's too big, or do you think that's too small? Because I think that's too small.
Yeah, I think that they're trying to play with us here, because we know what 10 times 10 is, right? 10 times 10 is 100. So we're talking about exponentially adding these zeros. you know. Anyway, it doesn't matter how many zeros there are. There are too many zeros for us to play with, right? So 200 billion is 11. Even if you're going to say 11 plus 9, right? So maybe there's 20 zeros. And there's 2 times 3. So maybe there's the number 6 with 20 zeros. That's how many stars there are. According to the conventional physics we've been taught, most of those stars will have planets.
It's also if you think about it, it's like the highest number your mind can tangibly imagine is like the hundreds of billions. Once you get beyond that, your mind can't really like mentally visualize or conceive how much that is.
This is true. But we just know that there are so many solar systems out there. Like numbers with zeros and zeros and zeros and zeros and zeros of solar systems out there. And of all of those solar systems, there are numbers of planets. And from that statistic, you're trying to tell me that there's no other place that can grow life like we've got life. Come on, man. But it's just not mathematically possible that we're the only one, if that makes sense. It's not mathematically possible according to the fiction we've been sold.
Like
and I don't know whether I believe that fiction or not. But even if we believe that fiction, is it believable? You understand what I'm saying? Like they've wanted us to believe fiction beyond fiction to the point where it's like saying that there are, you can't even use all the people on Earth.
How much is science fiction?
Even if you want to talk about all the people on Earth, like to say that there's only one person on Earth that's got this. You can't say that. Even on a number like Earth, like there's repetition. Do you see what I'm getting at? Like there's no such thing as unique when you look at the scale of the universe completely. To a degree unique, but there's going to be more going on. So it just seems to me that there's been a lot that's been sold to us. And I get this idea that, what has been sold to us by this guy, William M. Tompkins, right? This aeronautics. And he started off in the Navy building ships for the ocean back in the days. So he did this for a long time, and then he progressed from like submarines and everything to like aeronautics and everything else. So he was basically somebody who worked on propulsion systems, I'm guessing, right? For the fact that he was generating propulsion systems probably for submarines or energy systems for maybe nuclear power or whatever else. Who knows what his exact specifics was, because he was working on secret national intelligence-based control science, right? This is a reality that the latest technology isn't handed out and publicized by the governments. So we know that what he was working on was likely top secret because it was space aeronautics. But it's just very interesting when we look at even the numbers we've been sold. And I think that there's definitely more going on here. And when we look at this, his belief was that the nautics came from, he mentions exactly where they came from. And apparently this was a well-known thing in the aeronautic space. Oh, and by the way, he specifically says that the mission was to create trade routes. That's what the whole point of Apollo was to create trade routes so that we could trade with beings from other systems. Now, we don't have to believe the lie about the fiction of space, because I don't believe space is what they've told us space is. I think it's something different. I think what we're experiencing out there is different, but I do think that possibly it makes sense that we can communicate with beings from elsewhere and that we can share technology and we can gain technology. And it sort of stands to reason that we've had these huge microchip expansions in the last 60, 70 years, 80 years. There's a lot of technology that's come to us. And according to the Nazi people, they got a lot of technology from a crystal ball from beings elsewhere. So there's a lot of information that we need to look at when we look at the story of extraterrestrials. I don't know. What do you guys think about that whole notion of us creating trade routes and possibly that our governments are trading with beings from elsewhere already and have been for like half a century? Okay, I take it. Indy's busy at the moment, but to me, it seems like there's definitely more to this when we look at the scale and rise of technology, and then how our history has been adjusted. I think we got to look at this. Somebody mentioned Tartaria earlier. It was Stein, and how Tartaria was removed from the history books. And I got a taste of this from an old encyclopedia set from the 1800s, which we had in our home. Stuart was a collector of books. He had an old book. And that's where I learned about Tartaria in an encyclopedia. To be told by my school teachers that it doesn't exist. Obviously, I'm scratching my head. I'm going, no, it does. Why would they make a chapter about it in an encyclopedia if it doesn't exist? This is an encyclopedia set. They don't make up stuff in encyclopedias. What kind of nonsense is this? So there definitely seems to me that there was a cover-up when it comes to this information. And that's an interesting concept, Chris. We may be in a closed system. The only way in and out being metaphysical. And this is closer to what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. When we hear about the story of the Van Halen belt or the dome or whichever model you think works for you, the firmament, there must be some alternative mode of transportation that isn't using normal physics as we know it in order to reach other worlds. And so this is making us think about vril power and just exactly what vril power represents. Being able to attune one's frequencies of one's gravitational field probably can change one's positioning, like globally or beyond globally. When I say globally, I mean in terms of not our Earth, I mean in terms of the systems within which these systems must likely be little bubbles within a bigger system, which could be a bubble of bubbles within a bigger system and bubbles within bigger systems. But there's definitely a lot more out there than what we've been told. There's a lot more out there than what we know. I do think there's a lot that we're going to be taught. And I think this is a good time to get to Project Bluebeam. Have you guys looked into Project Bluebeam much?
I've heard of it, but could you fill me in on the details? I don't know too much about it. I know of it, the name, and its association with aliens. Oh, I turned my mic off. Oh, wait. I think you're muted, Franklin, or I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm muted as well. Franklin's muted.
That's so hilarious. I was trying to tell you were muted and I was muted. You got a giggle.
It's too funny. No, I just wanted to mention before we get on to Project Bluebeam that oh man, it slipped my mind. All that stuff. We'll come back to it. Go on.
Okay, so before we got onto Project Bluebeam, was it to do with technology for traveling out of a closed system? Was it to do with what we were talking about before?
Yeah. To talk more about it, traveling out of a closed system.
Well, the idea that we're in a closed system, whether you believe it's the Van Halen belt or whether you believe we're in a dome or the firmament is separating us from that which is outside and that which is inside, like the conventional physics of this inner bubble might not be the physics that's required to take us outside of this bubble into spaces where other bubbles exist.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's more likely that there's like interdimensional or transportational technology than there would be like transspatial technology. And you also got to consider that they don't call these aliens to be like extraplanetary or like extragalactic or something. They're extraterrestrial, so they're not from land. So they're from sea, are they from inner Earth? But also, when you think about the Sumerians, I wanted to mention this earlier. There, we talk about Ea and El. Ea having come from the sea, and El is the god of the sky and the land. But they said that the Anunnaki having come from the heaven to earth. The name that they use when they talk about the heaven, that they came from the sky or from heaven, is it's the sea above the sea. It's the sky above the sky they talk about. So they're talking about the people that live on the clouds with the sweet water in their oceans that overflows, and their sweet water turns into our rivers and springs, and then goes into our salt water. And so this is like a lowly place of salt water, but the gods come from the sweet water of the clouds. And if you think about like the father and mother of all the gods, Tiamat and Abzu, Abzu came from the Sweetwater abyss, and Tiamat came from the salt water. So when you think about the abyss, that sounds more like from beyond than from the sky above the sky. But they maybe that their sky above the sky was their way of referring beyond into other planets.
Here's another thought that I've been thinking about. If these beings are truly sort of extra dimensional in nature, what if what we see as the craft is not the entire craft? Now, let me kind of explain what I mean by that. You think about like a cube. A cube creates a lower two-dimensional square shadow. And I'm thinking, what if these UFOs, these saucers, these cigar-shaped, pill-shaped things are like three-dimensional shadows of higher dimensional objects? Like we only see that small subsection of it, and the higher dimensional reality looks completely different than what we know about.
Yeah, the cube can look like a hexagon when it's shadow too, which is different than its actual appearance.
It sounds like you guys are referring to what has been commonly called a TARDIS. Yeah. Stands for what does the word TARDIS stand for? Let me try and break it down.
Like Doctor Who.
Time and relative dimension in space. What an interesting concept. So, like, it's bigger on the inside, basically, right, Cosmic?
Yeah, that would make sense.
That's Doctor Who.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of interesting stuff out there in the sci-fi. This has been around since a long time, and this concept that things can be bigger on the inside, that we can only be experiencing one small part of the physical emanation of the reality of what it is here, that there could be a lot more to this dimensionality. Obviously, it's a sci-fi program. They've made it look like it's all, but it could be like an entire wormhole possibility into another universe.
That reminds me, I was going to say, in Star Trek, they have the first law is that they're not allowed to give any technology to people that haven't discovered it themselves yet. And so when I saw that, I thought to myself, oh my God, that's so obvious to me that they're trying to give a hint right there that the reason why we don't understand what these UAPs are is because they're going to wait for us to understand that ourselves before they just give us a fish. Who wants people teleporting around and getting around these crafts doing stuff when we're up to no good? We got to be more spiritually awoken and less devious before they're going to allow us to teleport back and forth in their vaults. You know what I mean?
That's a very interesting point. Except for those with selfish requirements, right? So the kind of technology we might be getting would be dangerous and harmful technology, because there would have been some that would have discovered their own version of the technology that's not good. And those would probably be the ones that be willing to trade with us.
So if the
for
Nazis,
their own purposes.
and they
Because
chose to bring them under the fold, that could be what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. So the nefarious beings that have got technology have probably used nefarious types of technology that's destructive, like what we've got on Earth, right? If we think about it. So if we have traded, according to the nature of the technology we're sporting, we've probably traded with the wrong guys.
John
We
D
got
is
stitched up.
they did. You got silicon technology. Supposedly, John
Yeah.
D, traded the silicon technology that they got from the angels for human sacrifices, promised for human sacrifices, and he worked on developing the Americas pretty soon after that. The war machine for British monarchy.
But I like the idea where you're coming from cosmic, and I think we probably all agree to a certain degree that reality is not what we think it is, that reality is vast, a lot more vast. And so I think there are a lot of people with questions out there, and I think this is why we've got the flat world hypothesis and the disk world hypothesis and the concave and world hypothesis and the hollow world hypothesis. I think that maybe the very nature of reality, how's this for an idea, Cosmic? The very nature of reality that we're experiencing is that UFO you're talking about. How's that for an idea? And the rest of reality is pretty much hidden from us. And so we think that, like the blind man who's deaf, and all he's got is his fingers, he can feel the trunk of the elephant and he believes it's the whole elephant, right? But the man who can see the elephant and feel and hear and smell and sense on all levels is going to get a very different idea of the elephant. So like, there's a very interesting concept. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some validity to that concept. Like that we're seeing. So, what are you trying to get at? That we're all kind of seeing different sides of this phenomenon, depending upon our sort of perceptual sort of blinders, if you will. Like, I don't know, like maybe it does seem to be, when it comes to this alien phenomenon, it does seem to happen more often to a certain, type of person, like somebody who is more open to spirituality, someone who practices meditation, someone who uses entheogens. You seem to hear those stories, for the most part, come from people like that, as opposed to, diehard skeptical types. I don't know if you're, I don't know, maybe there are some exceptions to that. Whoa, I just lost my train of thought.
No, I believe what you're saying. I think it's true. Like you're saying, there are exceptions to that, but the exceptions might be that those people had an open mind nonetheless. They just didn't realize it. What do you think?
So I think what I've been kind of realizing with this whole Zarfexology thing is that it seems to me that magic does seem to have a tangible sort of effect, but that there's a certain inertia, a certain psychic inertia that needs to be overcome in order for that magic to properly manifest in the world. And what I've kind of noticed is that there's different sort of dimensional orientations people have, and because the way I kind of map it out, actually, you know what? I'm going to do a screen share here. I'm going to show another one of these, my old diagrams, because I think it's totally and absolutely relevant to what I am talking about here. All right.
Crank it up, brother.
So here is sort of the map of the outer Zarfexes, right? And so the idea is that depending upon, what you believe in will depend on your dimensional orientation. So if you're a very skeptical type, your consciousness is going to be pointed towards the lower black kind of skeptical voids down here. But if you're somebody who's more of a believing type, you're going to be more towards the inner Zorfex itself, to interconnectivity, to light, higher dimensional realms, and so on and so forth. And what was the point that I was going to bring up with this? But in terms of belief, so the idea is that if you are more skeptical type, you're sort of more oriented, and that changes ultimately how readily synchronicities manifest. So I have it kind of like an 8-point system. So 4 at the middle is kind of like your standard, normal randomness. Then if you're a skeptic, you're kind of like way too high in the randomness level. And if you're someone who believes, you have a lower level. And then there's a higher likelihood of synchronicities, manifestations, and basically extra dimensional and supernatural forces being able to interact with reality. So it seems to me that the way, and looking at reality as a multiplicity, it's like there's different sort of like, depending upon what you believe in, will actually take you to a different dimensional location in reality. So in a lot of ways, we think that we're all interacting in the same 3-dimensional spaces, but in a lot of ways, in the 4th dimension, we're in all kinds of different spaces and locations. And really, what I think that the 4th, some people say the 4th dimension is time, but I think in a lot of ways, a better way to think of it is the 4th dimension is belief. What is your metaphysical belief of the universe? Do you believe there is a God? Do you believe there is no God? Do you believe that there's a specific type of God? Do you believe in an afterlife? And this seems to not only, because here's the thing, what's interesting about belief. It's not just a perceptual filter of what you see reality. When you in that thing long enough, reality actually conforms to that belief system. So it's like what you believe, in a sense, actually manifests itself. So the universe is like, oh, okay, you want to believe in a universe that doesn't have any magic and there's no supernatural? Okay, I'm going to put you in a dimension where there is no magic and no supernatural, because that's essentially where you want to align yourself. And reality has a kind of there's a kind of a blurring point between all the truths of these different sort of dimensional viewpoints. But that blurring randomness in the middle allows all of these sort of metaphysical realities to exist simultaneously, just in different dimensional spaces. And that's kind of a different way of thinking about, like, oh, one belief system is true and one belief system is false. It's more like one belief system exists here and one belief system exists over here in these higher dimensional spaces. So when it comes to something like the more metaphysical aspects of UFOs being these kinds of mystical beings, it's almost like they're sort of interacting with human beings who live on different dimensional frequencies. And depending upon what dimensional frequency you exist in, you'll perceive them or not. So if you live in a dimensional frequency that's very open, that's kind of like, open to new ideas and new possibilities, those aliens, they're going to be able to enter your world. But if you're somebody who's really skeptical and closed off, there's going to be a bit more inertia these beings are going to have to overcome in order to get them. So like when I think about like my experience with the Fae, I kind of feel like I had to overcome a higher, more intense level of synchronicity in order for me to overcome my skepticism. Because I feel like some people, they can have like, they can have a synchronicity happen and they just kind of go along with it. And they're just sort of like, cool. Okay, you know what? Like this is a confirmation of the universe. But I was more skeptical and like, it's like, no, this is just confirmation bias. So the Fae, when they convinced me, they had to get very specific, and it was almost saying, and I think to myself that if someone was more open-minded and they experienced the synchronicities that I deal with, they might not have been able to handle it. They might have been frightened by the intensity of it, but because I have a higher level of skepticism within my consciousness and my perception, the Fae had to overcome a higher level of skeptical inertia before they could sort of manifest themselves into my world. So they had to kind of like crank up the magic for me because I'm such a butthurt skeptic. So the idea here is that when it comes to aliens and UFOs, I think this same type of principle is at play. So it's not so much that a skeptical person can't experience these phenomena. It's not that they're, totally outside of it, but that they have to go through a higher threshold of energy. So think of like skepticism as like being like a kind of like a weight or a rock, and the more energy you need to push the rock, the thicker, the bigger the rock, the more energy you got to use to move the rock out of the way. But the idea is that eventually enough force, the rock will move. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I think there's a lot of interesting ideas embedded within that concept, and it sort of does sort of make sense because, like, we had this discussion. Which roundtable was it? What is the word that conveys these ideas? Gosh, what's with my brain? I feel like I'm in reverse here. That there is consciousness within matter.
Panpsychism.
Panpsychism, yes. So we've had this discussion around this topic, like in 2 roundtables ago, I think it was, and or 2 or 3. It's hard to keep up. They just keep coming hard and fast, don't they? But I think that there's a lot that you're saying that sort of coincides with the concepts or a working model of panpsychism, which does sort of bring consciousness into the forefront, structuring reality. And I like to think of atoms as being made out of thought particles. I like to think of it in such a way. And I use that as a metaphor, like particles, because like particular thoughts, there's a lot of different thoughts that structure reality. And anybody who's been out of their body journeying has seen what thought objects look like and has traveled through those the elemental zones. If you travel through the elemental zones, have you been there? It's patterns and it's color. Oh my gosh, it's intense. There's red and there's this green language flashing out of this red substrate of substance, and it's just energy. It's very intense to travel through that, and then to travel through the water element, and there's a lot there. And I think that this sort of makes me think about the idea of the firmament very realistically, and the nature of water, and it makes me think about the Sumerians. Because in those old Sumerian documents by the story of Enki, it's mentioned a particular detail that always catches me, that they used water for fuel. They needed water to fuel their crafts. And that there was water on Mars, by the way, that they could get underneath, from underneath the rock to act as a way station. And I mean, they also happened to point out who built the face on Mars and the pyramid, and when. Specifically, this was the guy who was exiled to Mars, who was originally in charge of Mars because he was there. He was one of the ruling caste of royalty from Nibiru, and he had tried to overthrow Enki and Enlil by stealing those sacred tablets. And those tablets had made him almost invincible. And so this is something that comes up in the giant lore. If we study the book of giants and the various different documents about the giants, they have these tablets that are really important to them, that give them all sorts of supernatural power. And they would wear these tablets over their hearts. And these tablets were said to come from their home place. But these tablets were originally used by Allelu, as in Allelu, Alleluia, as in Allelu, Ea being the original name of Enki before he arrived on Earth, because Ki is the name of Earth in that Sumerian tongue. So Allelu, Ea, because after Allelu came here, Ea arrived. So Ea took over from Allelu. Alleluia. You know that track, like we sing in the churches? Yeah. So they don't know what they're singing. It's like Kurt Cobain's story all over again, What smells like Teen Spirit? There's a deep metaphor in that. But I do think that it's very interesting that these tablets were basically used to communicate over a long distance, and that they could also give the wearer or whoever had possession of these tablets great power to change matter. Interesting, great magical power. And that they used water. So this craft requires water. Now, if the firmament is made out of water, as above, so below, as it says in all of our ancient texts, many of our ancient texts that speak about this water element. And who was it that was saying earlier, was it Indy, that there was a sky above the sky?
Yeah.
That's like there's a firmament, there's a water layer, then there's another sky above the water layer. So maybe you need water to transition through those water layers. And so water is also very interesting, as we've discovered by various people that have researched it. The most popular and well-known one is immortal, but there are a lot of other people that have done similar research, that water carries the imprint of consciousness. So it makes you think that if the substance of reality is the substance of consciousness, and water is the most programmable diamagnetic molecule, then it can act as a translation of different information streams of consciousness, i.e., to project our bodies outside of this closed system into other closed systems through something akin to, some kind of translocation of sorts. Who knows exactly how it works? But there's a lot of interesting ideas, what you're saying. And I think it all comes back to this nature of panpsychism. And that panpsychism, I think, brings us back to the element of water. What do you think? What have the Fae said to you about the element of water, the source of life?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a thing. There's the waters of life, and then there's like the waters of creation, the upper and lower waters. Water is like a healing force, and it's used in like homeopathics to just take on and reflect the energy of like any substance that you put into it. So if you put into a little bit of a healing agent into water, it will start to create that energy within itself and resonate with it. And so water is really magical, and I feel like water is the source of life also, in the sense that a lot of life on Earth, in the scientific view, whether or not you have give any merit to that, the idea is that all life came from the sea originally, that plants created the atmosphere for us. Blue-green algae created the ozone layer by releasing oxygen until there was enough O3 ozone so to block the radiation from the sun, so that the creatures of the sea could come out onto the land. The first wedge being the isopods, like the centipedes and things coming out onto the land first from the sea, and then more and more. Recently, they found the fish, the walking fish, that they think is the mother of life on Earth, that walked out of the sea. It's called the coelacanth. They thought it was extinct for millions of years, but somebody caught one off the coast of Africa, and they went in to scuba dive with them, and there's some amazing footage. They're about the size of a person or bigger, and they have these like foot-like fins that they kind of walk across the bottom of the ocean with. It's really cool. But not everybody prescribes to the egg before the chicken. So, but that's an interesting thing, that that's the source of life as well, in some views. And others as well.
I think that was also very interesting. It was Jennifer that was saying that, and I'll read it. I heard that when you die, that the light is the false death trap. Of course, I have not passed over, so I don't know, is the gist of it. And the well of souls, says Vincent. As long as the souls are well, you can find them in the well.
Yeah,
but
the water of the womb as well. When we get born in water and go through a transformation, fish to reptile to as a fetus to mammal.
It's almost like boom.
Yeah.
Womb, boom, boom, because V and B are interchangeable. So
it's like boom backwards.
Boom is the word for tree. Right?
Yeah.
So your genetic tree, the womb. Very interesting. I never saw the connection between the word womb and tree, like directly in terms of etymology. Fascinating. So we're in 1995, I started communicating with these beings. Obviously, I'd awoken when I was younger. And so my ESP talents, I'd been training them. They'd reawoken when I was 12. So I spent a lot of time training them between 89 and 95, to the point where I was able to call these beings and start communicating with them. And they had, I don't know what to call it. I'm calling it plasma bodies for lack of a better word. Like Cosmic was calling it ultra bodies. And but they were very much beings that existed in this galaxy. And they had explained to me that they had come from Pleiades. And they taught me a lot about how to work with energy, and helped me open a doorway where I would travel in a spiral out of my body downwards into what seemed, I thought at the time, that I was using the earth like a lens. It felt like I was traveling into the earth and projecting through the center of the earth somewhere else. I didn't know where the somewhere else was. And there were other beings, human beings, but they were really beautiful human beings. I think what you would call the Nordics. And they worked with me for quite a long time as well, while I was connected to these Pleiadian, or the beings who call themselves Pleiadians. They were small, and they were pure energy beings. And communication, of course, was purely telepathic. The interesting thing was that a good friend of mine could sense when I was calling them, even though I never said a word to him, which is very interesting. I wanted them to see if they could help him. And I went to visit him one day. Now, he had also awoken his ESP with me when he was 12. We were close friends. And he had learned how to communicate with those that had crossed over. And so we could sort of communicate with each other in some ways up to a point, up until something happened in his life. And we had lost touch. He had gone down a path which didn't seem like the right, healthy path to me. But I would still go and see him from time to time. And I went to see him. And obviously nothing is said. I called these beings to me. And they started coming. And when they're arriving, when they were getting close, he started freaking out. He said to me, No, Franklin. What are you doing? Who are these beings? Why are you bringing them here? I don't feel comfortable with this. I don't like this. And so any idea of me trying to believe that they were in my imagination was shattered by evidence of somebody else experiencing them, even though nothing had ever been said about them. I didn't say anything to them about them because I didn't want to freak him out. But every time I tried to bring those beings close and ask them if they could read in his energy field what can be done to help him, he would freak out. And he got really irate with me a couple of times. So it was interesting. He was actually something that kept me sober-minded. I was like, well, why does he feel so uneasy about these beings? Is it just his thing, or is there more to these beings than I meets the eye? And they seemed like they were really good, and they were there to help. And when I'd been working with these beautiful humans after traveling through the lens of the earth, which later on I thought, you know what? That hollow earth thing, that could account for what I used to experience, because I would lay down. They taught me how to do it. I would lay down and I would feel myself falling backwards. And as I felt myself falling backwards, I'd notice I was spinning. And I'd spin and spin and spin and spin and spin as I fell backwards until I was somewhere else. Like I felt like I spun through like a tiny little, like a figure of 8, and then space broadened out again. And then I was, you imagine you're spinning through and you come back out again. And then I would land on these stone plates, like a bed, but made out of particular different kinds of rock in these special places that looked like kind of structures, maybe like a pyramid of sorts, some kind of an interesting structure. And I'd be in this kind of a thing that was like a tube that led up to the heavens, the stars. And they would work with me on different sephirot, teaching me about activating certain sephirot and helping to show me different things that I was carrying in this energy center and in this one and this one. And I had to sort of work with them while they worked on me, sort of like they were helping me to heal, but they weren't just doing all the work. I had to actually be a part of it. And then I'd sort of completed that cycle because they were like literally showing me the sephirot one by one and showing me this thing is this and this is how this works and this is this energy and this is what your problem is here. You need to work on this, And I came back realizing that I'd ended the chapter with those beings because I had sort of got what I came for, what I needed. And then these Pleiadian beings came back to me and they made me an offer. They were going to help me upgrade my DNA. And I was like, wait a minute. Why do I need you to help me upgrade my DNA? Something was fishy. And with absolute humor, because I've always had a sense of humor when it comes to all of these things, I was like, thanks, guys. Thanks for all the fish. But this is like where we draw the line. It's been great having you. It's getting late now. You guys should be going, And so I sent them off. And I never communicated with them again. But it always stuck in my subconscious that there was something seemingly not right about these beings wanted to help me somehow change my DNA. And it almost seemed like this everything that had happened was sort of leading up to that. And it was a healthy...
You know what I think it is? It just kind of came to me now. Because the Fae have been kind of talking about how the physical body is sort of orthogonal reflection of the soul. And if you change the DNA, you're essentially creating a body that is not in alignment with your consciousness. I think that's probably why the hair started to raise on the back of your neck. And as for your friend who had a difficult time with the entities and why he was kind of hesitant, when I work with the Fae, it can be an extremely intimate process. I mean, really just all the most embarrassing things that you think about yourself, all your secrets, they see everything. And the reason I'm able to do this is I feel comfortable with these beings. I know they're not going to judge me. And it's like they kind of feel like sisters in a way, Whereas if these beings were just total strangers and I'd never encountered them before, I could perfectly understand why I would be uncomfortable with those entities because, it's kind of like sex. There's a certain aspect of consent that comes along with the process because because when you really channel and speak to an entity, especially these entities, it can be a very intimate process. I can't say I have a ton of experience channeling aliens and angels, but with the Fae, it's a very intimate sort of process. And if I didn't feel that I had some level of trust or rapport, and I can't and the other thing with them is I feel like I can talk to them. It's if I feel like they're getting their presence is too strong or too weak, I can kind of let them know and they respond accordingly. And there's something to that. And so, if you don't have that sense of trust with an entity, even if it's there to essentially help you, it can be a very terrifying experience. It's kind of like why kids are afraid of going to the doctor and the dentist, even though the process is supposedly there to help you out. I know you probably have your take. You'll probably say, doctors are, always evil or whatever. But the idea is that there's that sense of you're a kid, you're being helped out, and you don't, but it's so terrifying to you, you don't think you're being helped out. I think that's kind of the same thing with these aliens. Oh, and another thing I wanted to kind of bring to you, when you're talking about the Pleiadians, have you played with the idea that these beings are not necessarily from planets that surround the Pleiadian star, but they're from the Pleiadian star itself, that they are an intelligence from that actual star? Because if you think there's got to be some kind of correlation between, we talk about the consciousness and water, but I think we also talked about consciousness and light, and how like vision, and we see and we perceive, and that creates our sense of reality. So I'm thinking about, what if the idea is that these are kind of like, these beings exist in some kind of light realm, some kind of like white void kind of universe, and that they use stars as a kind of an in-between sort of portal or a stepping stone to access our sort of lower black space kind of world. What do you thought of the idea that these beings are from the actual star itself, not just a planet near the star?
Yeah, according to the works of Barbara Marciniak, the Pleiadians are like energetic spirit beings. So that lines up a lot with what you were saying. Coming from
And stars are made out of plasma.
Yeah, plasma being. Plasma.
Yeah. That's what they seemed like. They had this, like, their bodies weren't like, they were like moving stuff. Everything was moving really quickly, lots of energy. And there was colors in their bodies. When they thought different thoughts, their colors would change. Sort of like a star flickers, different colors like that. Very interesting. So you could also see, like, when you were communicating with them, there was different colors. And the different colors were literally like their body colors would change colors as their thoughts moved with their consciousness. And I agree that, like, the receptacle of that is important. Now, obviously, since then, I trained a lot. And when I trained a lot, fast track another 30,000 hours of meditation, then I had sort of had a lot of experiences with a lot of beings over the decades that followed. And so I'd experienced, got to know the lizard beings, and got to understand their insignias. They carry insignias on their it's like a uniform. It's more like armor. I believe that it's like a suit that they wear wherever they are, that makes them more present here and more powerful.
Terrence
And
McKenna had an interesting story about lizard people. Well, one of his experiences where he basically saw their entire, like the lizard, they had like an entire culture, metallurgy, like all sorts of other stuff, like the whole world of like lizard people. Go on. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, well, I got to know these beings, and they seem to, the ones that I've seen and I've had to work with, like people I've known have had problems with these beings, and they've been taken on out of their bodies and abducted by these beings. Their plasma body themselves has been abducted, their energy body. And so I got to know these beings well. And I think these are what I've called the archons. That's how I know them. That's how I've called them in my mind. And I've had run-ins with them over the years at times. And but I learned how to if you can modulate fear, then that's their, like a power you have over them. If that makes sense. I mean, there's insectoid beings, but those don't use fear. those use your higher aspirations. So you need to learn to modulate your higher aspirations. Then they don't have power. And they have different kinds of mode of transport. These other insectoid beings, they are in crafts and they operate in groups. Like they create like a Spock mind meld, a little bit like that, but different. But then they use technology integrated as well, similar to the ways the lizard beings work. And then the Nordics. These are a really interesting race of beings that seem to be beyond something else. It's like the Nordics can watch us easily. It's hard for us to see them. The lizards, we can watch them. We're very powerful. The insects are very weak. The insectoid beings are very psychically weak compared to us. We are much stronger. The lizard beings can only affect us through our fear. It's the only control they can exert over us. The Nordic beings, there's none of that. They're almost half the time disinterested, not too fussed by us, but they seem to travel on thrones. That's the thing about the Nordic beings. There's no crafts. They're sitting in a throne and they're traveling around in a throne. Very interesting. It's like, imagine this being cruising through different fields of reality, sitting in a chair. And they're very, very, very beautiful, very big beings. Look very human, but like the idea of a god, like a Greek god, you know? Beautiful, perfect symmetry. They're more beautiful than humans, but humans, and bigger. And then there are like a whole other orders of beings, the jinn. And I first got to know the jinn because I found out where the veil was thin. In my city where I live, there are places where the veil is thin where you can go and watch the jinn. You can go jinn watching, you know, like you go bird watching. You can go jinn watching, but you got to go to where the veil is thin. And the jinn are a fascinating group because they're going about their business and they don't know you watching them necessarily. The same like they can watch us and we don't know they're watching them, right? We can go and watch them and they're not really, most of them aren't aware that we're watching them. And you can find that there are places where there's like a marketplace or like a place where they're commuting and you can watch them going past, lots of them. And then related to the jinn, there are some that interact with humans. There are those that have red eyes, very rare. Then there are those that don't have red eyes but interact with humans. Then there are those that have pets that are like a kind of a creature. My son was talking to me about this today, actually, funnily enough, my little boy, Joshua, because he knows these. He was describing the creatures they have as a dog. And I was going, yeah, some of them have got like a dog creature. It's like, he was describing it like it's like a shadow dog thing. And I was like, yeah, that's jinn pets. But they also have another pet that looks like a spider. But it's like a flat thing that crawls on the walls. You'll find it crawling where there's electrical things. It's very interesting. These other creatures that they work with seem to be attracted to electricity. And so they go to where there's electricity. I found that really fascinating and interesting. So there's a whole vast network of these jinn beings. And they seem to have like their own reality. Like we have our own reality, but it's not quite in the same phase as our reality is, which is why they seem like shadows to us. I think that when they look at us, we seem like shadows to them. I mean, I can't say that for sure, but that's what it seems like to me. Because when we look at them, they look like they're made out of like shadowy substance. And the shadowy substance is almost like evaporating out of them because they're there. And that must be their life force. And I think that their life force is the Ida. And our life force is channeling through the Pingala. And the Pingala has got to do with the electron manifesting the electrical principle. I think they are living off of the other side of that coin, which is an Ida, which isn't an electrical principle, but it's more of what we can equate to magnetic more, So it's like the opposite scale of life to us, possibly from an epoch when what was coming out of the sun and the galactic center was different. And another point I want to share here, and I don't know and believe that black holes are necessarily what we've been told that they are, but we've been watching the phenomenons that are called black holes. And the interesting point that I've discovered in astrophysics is that the only thing that comes out of what is called a black hole is water. Isn't that cool? There's a certain point around the periphery within this gravitational field, vortices, where nothing gets out, but water becomes diamagnetically opposed magnetically and gravitationally to the flow into the substance and actually moves out away from the epicenter. And only water can do this. And so I think water is created at the center of the galaxy and gets propelled outwards through this gravitational inversion principle, which only water reacts to, and moves water out to the furthest wings of the galaxy, which is like spinning. And so this water is like rain. Rain is coming out of what we call a black hole. What a concept. And this rain is flushing and carrying the potential for life out into the furthest ranges of the galaxy. So this is like when they tell us that we're the only beings in this galaxy, it seems laughably ridiculous to me. Just after like my experience with these beings, and like there's so many different kinds of beings, right? Some of them look like, and another point, a lot of the beings that I've experienced do seem to look humanoid. And I think that's got to do with harmonic resonance. Like you could go to a festival and you're going to meet the people you have something in common with, if that makes sense, through harmonic resonance. You're not going to meet all the other people and become connected to them. You're going to gravitate towards the people that there's a resonance with. So it stands to reason that the beings that are all humanoid would gravitate towards each other, and the beings that are something else would gravitate towards themselves, each other. Does that make sense to you guys?
It's perfect sense, actually.
That's why I think we experience humanoid beings. I don't think they're all that they are, but I think that like the other beings are so far away from us in terms of consciousness and DNA that we can't relate to each other. It's almost like we're not in the same reality.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That actually lines up a lot with what Rupert Sheldrake would call morphic resonance. And he explores the idea that we have access to like ancestral memories of other people or animals or beings that have resonating ancestral memories. And we're in the cloud together energetically.
Yeah, I think when it comes to memory, it's actually based on sort of like location and association. I've been thinking about sort of how memory works, and that when a memory is always triggered, when you remember something that you've forgotten about, there's always some kind of thing that happens. You hear a song and it reminds you of some sort of thing. I think that there's like that memory is like taking sort of bits of consciousness and sort of linking them together. We've been taught this notion that memory is like some kind of like big storage house inside of our brain, and all the memories that we've ever have, live inside of our head. But I think that memories actually exist where they are. So if you have a memory of like maybe, I don't know, a tire swing near like a pond or something, that tire swing, that memory doesn't exist in your head. It exists in that spot, in that space and time where it actually, where the phenomenon actually occurs. So I think when it comes to like, that to me is like what morphic resonance is that when you're physically aligned with a certain, you're a type of organism, that you're going to kind of share the collective memory of that particular organism.
I feel like there's a higher consciousness that kind of regulates like what gets like transmuted out when the 100th monkey principle happens, and like one individual in a group is able to achieve something that could further the collective, and they make a giant leap forward, all of a sudden the rest of them are also able to make that giant leap forward. Subconsciously, they're able to access that information. I feel like that principle is a reality. It's been tested before, and it's been seen happen many a time. And I feel like in a different way, when somebody makes a failure and they do something that could be detrimental to the collective, that's not shared to everybody necessarily. You could agree or disagree with this, but I feel like there's a certain aspect to when somebody does something of love and compassion and lives a good life and is doing things with proper karma, proper action, aligned action and feeling, that their actions can be crystallized as an instinctual memory to be accessed in the Akashic records. And then other energies and actions are not crystallized if they're not in line with one another and in alignment with one and all, mutual benefit.
I think there's definitely something there, because like if we look at the particles in our body, they're all like little beings, and they got to like work together, don't they? I think working together is the key. I think that becomes the brass tacks of the whole story, and that because we are sort of in this dynamic where we are working together, we are basically in the illusion of separation. Even though we are individuals, we are also part of something much bigger as a group. And I think that this is something that's been sort of very much overlooked. You know, I think it's very much been overlooked in a very powerful way, in as much as that we've not really had the opportunity to fully recognize exactly what this means, right? And we see group consciousness. Like I lived in the jungles, and when I lived in the jungles, I saw it with ants. I mean, we see it with fish, we see it with birds, and you see it with so many different creatures. And then when you really go into your body and you observe the processes of what's going on in your body, you notice that there's all these little tissues that are working together, and organs and cells, and so everything seems to be some kind of a proverbial cooperation. And I think cooperation is a fundamental structure. And I think what you're saying is the rules that govern cooperation. Am I right?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe rule is the wrong word, but the principles that govern cooperation, that keeps everything working together, so that your molecules don't all fly off.
Yeah.
So that the thoughts all work as like a team. One thought pulls the other thought, pulls the other thought, like horses pulling each other. Instead of just these massive thoughts, just whoosh, overwhelm. You know, there's logic and limitation and inertia between the movement of the thoughts.
Yeah, there's like a guidance there of like maybe a higher consciousness. Maybe there's like a guiding higher consciousness that oversees this and kind of like transmutes the proper information at the right times to further things, so that they can grow and prosper through the challenges that we're posed with. But I wanted to explore something real quick. I was thinking about how Cosmic was talking about how some people consider time the fourth dimension. I consider space and time to be different categories of dimension. And if you consider time to have, it's the first dimension of time would be like a still point in time. The second dimension in time would be a linear time. The third point in dimension would be a plane of lines of linear times, and a plane of parallel timelines would be like a tapestry in the third dimension, a tapestry of timelines. In the fourth dimension, it would be parallel planes of tapestries, so tapestry upon tapestry, like lower and higher tapestries of timelines. And then fifth dimension would be like across the planes of time, across the different higher and lower dimensions. And then maybe the sixth dimension of time would be like a cyclical aspect of time, how kind of like future and past connect, and the ability to like move through time without having like a line to follow. And then space, like fourth dimensional space, could be considered like ghost space, where like ghosts operate amongst us at like a lower plane than the higher plane, but they're here with us, but we don't see them. Kind of like a baby's in the womb, but they don't see anybody outside, but they're right here with us, you know? When we're in the womb, the other people around us, like mother and father singing outside, we hear their voices, but we don't see them. So
yeah,
then,
basically,
I got two more real quick. Then
okay.
you got the fifth dimension is like angel space, where they're here amongst us and beyond, in another place beyond space and time. And then sixth dimension of space would be outside of time and space, like creative aspect of all things.
I forgot what I was going to
Before
say in regard ghost space. Yeah, in regards to ghost space. So the way it works in my system that I'm working on with the Fae is that that reality is sort of split into sort of like two sides. There's this world, and then there's the mirror world, which is called they call the indeterminate zone. That was kind of this sort of thing I kind of figured out. And that what's interesting about the astral plane, about sort of the other side, the dream world, is that it's divided into kind of like four sections of depth. So it's like there's sort of the part of the dream world that's very close to our world, which is measured in Zerfaxes. Then there's the part towards the end, which is basically kind of like the voids, the gods, the portals to the outer Zarfaxes. Anyway, what's interesting is that at the first level, it's pretty much a direct reflection of this world. So the first part of the dream world, that first sector, is basically like an identical copy of this world, but there's ghosts, spirits, and through meditation in certain states of consciousness, humans can access this space even while they're awake. They don't even have to necessarily be dreaming and astral projecting. If you can kind of get yourself to a state of mind where you really feel like the world acts like a dream, or you feel like you're dreaming sort of while you're awake, the world will kind of behave in that pattern. Then you'll be able to start to sense spirits and so on and so forth. And in a way, it is kind of like a parallel sort of dimension. I guess this is what probably Franklin would refer to as the etheric, is that first kind of layer, which is like that perfect kind of like holographic kind of copy of this physical dimension. And that's kind of like the go-between sort of space for entities to essentially interact with and influence our world, is through that particular space. So that's almost kind of like, so I guess what I'm pointing at here is it's almost like there is a kind of in-between space between the physical and the astral, where there's like a bridge that can be kind of gapped, a portal, if you will.
Yeah, I would say that tallies up and makes perfect sense. Because the further we go from the body, the more abstract things seem to get in terms of spatial organization and time, to the point where time no longer seems to exist as a flow. It just seems to exist as a state that's like everywhere, if that makes sense. Like, think about it. When you become more conscious, time slows down. And the more conscious you become, the more time slows down, until we notice that time isn't actually moving, but we are. And so we observe our movement as the flow of time. What a concept. What do you guys think of that?
It's like it's like if you think about consciousness as being kind of like a bead on a wire. It's like when you have a lot of consciousness, that bead becomes very thick and heavy and slower to move. It's like the more consciousness we have, the more time it takes to process that consciousness. And so that in effect slows down time. In the same way, if you're running too much software on your computer and things aren't running as quickly as they usually do, it seems that consciousness almost works in that same kind of matter, that reality in a sense literally lags when there's too much input or too much stuff going on at once.
Yeah, there's this interesting juxtaposition between consciousness and space. Like the one is beyond energy, the one is beyond substance. And substance and energy is the go-between between thought and substance. Because if energy wasn't a way for thought to materialize as substance, then there could be no trinity or polarity or anything. Change. There could be no change, because without energy, there can be no movement. And that movement is sound. So it sort of makes sense. Everything is harmonics, pitch, vibration, and different frequencies. In fact, this is what we've noticed about reality, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We've noticed that it's all just fine resonant frequencies that organize molecules and atoms. And it's a underlying acoustic field.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to go back to your Franklin, the point you were talking about earlier about how black holes generate water, and then that water sort of distributes throughout the universe. I kind of put those two thoughts together, like when the black hole, it sort of sucks things towards it, but then there's this water that flows out for it. Almost like it creates a kind of a toroidal sort of movement. And it also makes me think that this is kind of a strange idea, but it's like, what if we talk about these sort of advanced beings, that there's sort of two time flows sort of going into each other, like two trains sort of colliding. And it's almost like these beings are heading from the time flow from the opposite direction. So it's like we're heading towards their timeline from the past, and they're heading backwards towards our timeline from the future. And when we meet with these beings, that's when those two timelines particularly intersect. I'm just kind of wondering like that, because I'm thinking if, like, you know, we're talking about the idea of nonlinear time, and time being more circular. If you can think of time as coming from more than one direction, from both forward and backward colliding into each other, then the concept seems to be more tangible to understand, because then you can start to see kind of like a waveform. Because I think that the linearity of time is kind of like the reason we're so caught up in the illusion of time is that we're so caught up in its momentum, its movement, its sort of forward momentum into one particular direction. If we can learn to see the time flowing in an alternate direction from the complete other side, instead of from left to right, right to left, and perhaps that's when we talk to these angelic beings, or these sort of extra dimensional entities, or these aliens, if you will, maybe there is a kind of reverse, maybe they're coming from a time flow where it's in reverse, and it's almost like the future is coming towards the past, and the past is coming towards the future, and when they collide is when there's a sense of communication. What are your thoughts on that?
That's very interesting. It's very interesting, especially when we look at the eighth sphere and the mechanics of the eighth sphere, according to, you know, anthroposophy and I suppose theosophy. They both sort of reflect this idea that the time flow is the key, and that beings from a different epoch are moving in a different time flow. And so we are in the time flow now because of where we are in relation to other energies. But when those energies polarize and invert, then we become inverted. And then we are moving in the opposite direction. So right now we're moving with the current. But then when the currents change, we're moving against the current. So it's a very interesting concept. And I think like the whole idea of eternal life, immortality, has got a lot to do with navigating these currents so that we don't get lost in the ocean, if that makes sense. Which is quite an intense concept if you think about it. But yeah, I think there's something to that, you know, the caduceus representing the time moving in different directions. And I think it's not just necessarily two directions. How's that?
Oh, definitely not just two directions, but I think that's just a good starting off point with those two directions. Obviously, there's also up and down and diagonal. Like they have this whole thing. The Fae have this whole thing where it's like it's kind of like a circle, and you kind of can go in any sort of direction that you want. But the way they kind of maybe they had I think Raslidia pointed something out to me. That's the name of one of the Fae I talked to. That it's like she made me kind of think of like, okay, let's have like you start with a certain event. And then you kind of you go off and you do some kind of you do something else. You go and you go on some certain path, but then you go back to the original starting point, and then you take an alternate path from that starting point, and then you can kind of like after a while you kind of have like lines going across the entire circle until you have like the spokes of a wheel. So it's like it seems that like there's the idea that maybe there's like if time is non-linear, or we're thinking more circular time, there's a certain point where instead of it goes from left to right, it goes from the center and sort of radiates outward like a ripple. And I'm thinking of time in terms of like that, like in terms of an omnidirectional ripple, as opposed to a kind of a left to right or right to left sort of singular train track. I think then you can kind of start to get a picture of these higher levels of time. And you start to see them as like time is a space where it's like there's these circles and there's different directions that you can go into.
That's very interesting. It sounds almost shamanic because there are these patterns that you walk on the ground. So there's like these patterns. You walk a pattern on the ground and then you walk the opposite pattern. You walk these, and it generally is very much like a wheel. And there's a circular motion to these patterns that you walk out. And that sort of makes me think of what the Fae are doing with you. It's like, I think there must be a name for this. I mean, I came across it in India, but I think there must be a name for this process where it's like a kind of a meditation that you do. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, going around in circles.
Yeah, but like you connecting the center to different points in your circle as you're walking around.
Yeah, they have an interesting ritual they kind of taught me, but so the way I've been told that what you do is you kind of you close your eyes in some kind of open space, and then you sort of like rotate in a circle for like a certain while, and then you kind of say like a chant a certain number of times, and you stop, you take a big step forward, and then you do the same thing spinning in the opposite direction. And then what happens is when you're doing this, you're kind of moving one Zerfax away from physical reality, because although you don't necessarily, even though you feel like you're in your physical body, you haven't necessarily astral projected. But it's like when you don't, well, what happens is when you do this, you forget where you're standing in relation to physical reality. You don't know where you're standing. You should try this out sometime if you want to try a different kind of meditation technique. You can use it. It doesn't have to necessarily be Fae related, but just the idea of spinning around in a circle, taking a step forward, then spinning in an opposite sort of direction until you forget where you're standing in relation to the world around you. It's almost like then it's easier for your mind to mentally project away from physical reality. It's like that. This is kind of how you sort of can manually transition to the indeterminate zone I was talking about. Because one thing I noticed that when I close my eyes and I try to visualize things, one of the difficulties that I have sometimes is that my mind still has a mental image of the room I'm standing in. So let's say I'm out in the field and I know there's like a particular tree. It's hard for me to imagine and visualize or see an object within the space where the tree is, because in my mind's eye, I'm seeing that tree take up that space. And that visualization becomes this kind of internal sort of thing. So you have like an internalized map of the world around you within your mind. You don't even see it. So when I think about the internalized map, like you ever, late at night, you go to the bathroom, but you don't necessarily need to turn the lights on. It's pitch black at night. You can't see anything, but from how many steps you take, you have a sort of ingrained muscle memory as to where the bathroom is in your house, so you can navigate it. We do this when it comes to where we walk or where we're standing. So when we close our eyes, let's say there's like a sofa in front of me, right? If I close my eyes, there's still the mental impression of that sofa being 15 feet in front of me. But when I do the ritual that I just talked about, where I spin in a circle and move in different directions, now I don't remember where the couch is. And now there's more open space for my mind to visualize, mentally project, and do those things. It's almost like it kind of like wipes the slate clean of physical reality, so that it allows you to it kind of like it clutters the space in your third eye. I guess that's the kind of, to put it in your language, where because you don't feel like you don't have this sort of this mental map of the physical world sort of like blocking your vision. Now you can kind of see beyond it when you kind of clip outside of it.
Yeah,
Please continue, brother.
I love your description of the toroidal energy in the black hole. It reminds me about my theory of the black hole, where the waters of light are coming in the event horizon, and then from the poles is coming the waters of ether, expanding space through the waters of ether.
Yeah, that's very interesting. The toroidal presence.
Yeah,
I think the toroid. Yeah.
It would push the galaxies away from each other without disrupting the disk of the surrounding stars to expand the space.
I wonder whether the space is actually expanding or whether the speed is changing.
Yeah.
And that because the speed is changing, that it seems like it's expanding.
Or it's expanding because our perception of the universe is expanding. So it's almost like the universe, it's almost like a game of like sort of like tag between us and the universal mind. It's like we imagine something, then it's like we imagine a possibility. It's like, okay, it's like we are in the solar system. And then it's like, well, what's outside the solar system? Then God's like, there should be something outside the solar system. All right, let's put some galaxies out there. And it's like, and then the thought from the humans is like, well, what's beyond the galaxies? And God's like, oh, I guess there could be something beyond the galaxies. What would there be? And then God imagines that. And it's like whatever we imagine as like a possibility, it's like God has that imagination too. And then God sort of manifests that potentiality. That's kind of like why I've been like thinking about this whole idea of like this deeper infinity. And that's why this is why I think you can't truly know everything, because once you think you know everything, God's like, well, what about this? Or we are like, well, what about this other possibility? And now there's something new to know. So that knowing is constantly expanding, because as our imaginations, we're constantly expanding. We're exploring new ideas, exploring new concepts, exploring new spiritual paradigms, exploring new lifestyles. And there's an expansion of experience. Think about imagine like you took all of your experiences and they're just sort of like they're little bubbles, and you put all the bubbles in it turns into one big bubble that slowly expands. Well, then if you think about it, that's the same thing that the physical universe is doing, essentially what we're doing internally. So if we think the universe is expanding, maybe it's because it's reflecting our consciousness expansion. And as our consciousness expand, it's like the universe has to get bigger to make up for that. It's like as our consciousness expands, the universe has to expand too. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to put it. Like, maybe it's not the universe is expanding. Maybe it's just something inside between the parts. Like maybe it's got to do with how much space and how much consciousness, how much mental substance. And so there's a range, like imagine an hourglass, right? You turn it upside down and it's like there's more mental substance and physical substance. And so it runs out until the physical substance is overwhelming, and then it turns over, and then the physical substance runs through until the mental. So if you've got an hourglass and one is labeled as mental and the other one is labeled as physical, then the energy is the movement between mental and physical. And then there'll always be a differing ratio between mental and physical. So like as a visual tool to see this hourglass stuff falling out and getting less and getting more. And so we look at that getting more and we say that it means it's getting bigger. But it could just mean that more mental focus is being put onto matter. Where before, more of our material awareness was put into the mental. And so this
Sort
is
of
like balance.
like blowing into a bubble wand. You got to think like matter being the sort of like that the soap and the bubble wand, our breath being that mental focus, and then as you breath up, a big bubble expands from that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Consider the paradox. Like if a galaxy is expanding, but the stars are collapsing inside of it, then time and space is shrinking and expanding at the same time. Well, you have to consider that may be happening as well. Maybe it's expanding more. Maybe it's contracting more. But there's always that flux.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective as well.
The universe is breathing.
Yeah,
I like that. I've always noticed that everything's always breathing. Like everything's just breathing. And with that being said, so when we came to the Project Blue Book, right? So the Project Blue Book was basically this cosmic, and this comes back to fearmongering, that the government has a secret project that they've been working on and running, and there are a lot of people that have been a part of Project Blue Book that have whistleblowers, with also once again incredible military records in these national security positions that they occupied, and the idea that the government has a plan to create a false flag alien invasion in order to change our perspective and make us afraid. And that sort of comes back to the drones and what we've been witnessing. And so it's an interesting concept, like fear. It seems that a lot of the propaganda we've experienced is towards fear. Now, what does fear do to the consciousness, to bring it back in what we're talking about here, right? So there's this expansiveness of consciousness. But does fear cause that contraction within consciousness? What do you think?
Yeah, that's something to think about. Does fear cause contraction or false expansion? I guess I just think about like what fear does. I think fear is more of a freezing. It's more of a fear is a type of paralysis. It kind of like makes you sort of like, I guess if you think about like a moving object versus one that's been like frozen, like you think about like Medusa, for example. You got somebody who's running around, but then they stare at Medusa and they become a statue made of stone. If I can turn something into a statue, that's going to be a lot easier to move around and do what I want with a statue than somebody that has their own free will and can move around. Like if I have, or even like you have like an animal, if you have like a regular animal and you have an animal that's a statue, the animal that's a statue is ultimately going to be easier, to control. So what fear is essentially doing is turning us into statues so that they can kind of move us into the positions that they want to, or kind of like department store mannequins, if you will. And when we're sort of like frozen up, we can kind of be aligned to fit any kind of posture or position, wear any type of clothing, that goes along with it. So with fear, it's all about, freezing, not just your physical body, but also your mental processes. It discourages curiosity. It discourages creativity and independent thinking. And it also discourages emotions. It also keeps that in kind of a locked sort of certain state. Because the thing is, when you're feeling fearful, it's kind of like, things don't give you as much joy. There's like kind of like a sad ahedonia that comes with fear. So then you're also then more easy to control, because then when you're not, getting the nutrients you want psychically, then it's like they can kind of offer you something on a platter to sort of feed you and make you dependent upon them. But I think the other aspect about fear is it creates dependency. And so if you're afraid, then the implication is that you need protection. If you feel like you need a protection, then you give yourself over to control, and you're so allowed to control. Because people who opt in for control, who want dictators, who want tyrants, are usually very terrified people. Oh my God, look at all this violence that happened. Look at the invading hordes of Vikings and bandits that have come to destroy our land. We need a tyrannical leader that'll terrify these people and keep us protected. So I kind of like went on a thought there, but yeah, it's like fear is like a paralysis. It's like something that makes us so we can't breathe. Because isn't that more, because if you can breathe, as long as you can expand and you can contract, you're okay. But if you can't expand or contract, then you start to feel afraid. It's that lack of expansion. It's that freezingness that I think fear is kind of like that.
I would equate that to, imagine there are 5 of us and we're in a car. Then we are contracted to our seats, right? We have a contract with our seats. Can't leave your seat because there's nowhere to go, right? Because the space that you occupy has contracted to the point that you are contracted to your seat. You gotta love the way the words do that. And if there's just one person in a big room like this, I can be anywhere in this room I want. I can get up, I can walk over there, I can dance here, I can climb up there, I can go down there on the ground. I've got a lot of different space to occupy. And the bigger the space I'm in, the more freedom I've got. Like if I'm outside and there's no walls or doors or fences, and I've got this big expansive space. If I'm on top of a mountain and there's just space everywhere, I can go down the mountain, I can run and jump, I can even go over the edge of the mountain. There's a lot of different options. So it's like, in a sense, I think that the removal of options, once you're contracted, so once you sign a contract, right, your options are gone. No? So like the whole idea of parallelization, peril eyes, right? The eyes of peril. So when your eyes are full of peril, you become paralyzed. And it has to revolve around lies. So when the eyes of peril are full of peril eyes, then the lies become the center of the wheel of peril, leaving us paralyzed, which is a contract that we have to agree to called fear, which makes us in a small space. Like if there were 50 of people in this room with me now, I wouldn't be able to go anywhere, would I? Because then my space is contracted to the point where I can't move. I'm paralyzed.
All right.
So paralyzed could also be like on an Indian bus, right? That's a good metaphor. You're in an Indian bus, you can't move. It's like, and this bus is crammed. I mean, you can't even crawl out the window. It's that tight. And even if you manage to crawl out the window and you want to get on the roof is crowded as well.
I have to head out soon, but I kind of wanted to add one more comment, like, because you're talking about the parallel. I'm thinking a pair of lies. I'm thinking about the idea that Mark Twain quote is that a good con man sort of like hides the wool in truth. So you have a pair of lies that paralyze you. You have like the lie married with the truth, that false truth. So I thought I kind of wanted to add that too. So just it's a lovely. I got to go outside because the weather is great and I don't have much daylight left. So much peace to you guys. Always a great roundtable. I love this conversation today, and always looking forward to the next one.
Yeah.
Much love, brother.
Much love, Cosmic.
All right. Peace
Enjoy.
out, guys.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I wanted to answer the question about whether fear is contracting. Do you have anything else to say you were about to say?
Well, I think I'd gotten to pretty much that gist of it. I'd like to hear what your thoughts.
Yeah, so my thoughts on that are, I think fear is contracting. And I like Cosmic's idea that it could be frozen or unmoving, which in relation to motion is very contracting and limiting. But I feel like also it comes from the discomfort of unpreparedness a lot of times when you come into fear. So you're in a place of discomfort. Also, it leads to somewhat of a tunnel vision to doom where you're focused on the consequence, the worst possible scenario, escaping that. When you're in fear, and so you kind of have a spotlight on an escape path, and it's like a red light because things are dim. You're not really seeing. You're not trying to look outside of that light and get distracted by anything else. You want to make a beeline to survival, and then there's different elements of that and levels. But then you have like hope, which it comes from the comfort of resilience, and it's more expanding and ascending. And it leads to like unlimited or at least less limited opportunities where you have more of like a floodlight of blue where you're able to see more, and it's more available and brighter and easier to see, and able to see connections between everything, but without the fear to build resilience, the confronting your fears to build the resilience and develop hope. It can lead to the blues where you just are in naivety and you were hopeful that things were going to work out, but you never tried or worked hard enough to realize that it's going to take more work. So I feel like the interplay between the fear and the hope is important. The hope in face of fear is very powerful, but the hope by escaping fear and living in cowardice and living by failure to take steps towards what you hope for, that can be detrimental as well. So the balance between the two and the interplay is very important, I think, and can lead to the purple, the interplay of the red and the blue.
Yeah, I like that. When you say hoop, do you know what I hear?
What's that?
Hoof.
Hoof. Yeah. The bull.
Like the foot of a bull.
Yeah.
So like I hear hope, and I hear the word hope as in hoop. So I think of a hoop, like a hula hoop.
A left. Yeah.
And it's moving, it's spinning. It's like a hoop. And then the hoop makes me think of a torus. And the torus is expressed by the foot of the bull, the hoof, as a concept. So the toric field is expressed through torus, which is a hoof, which is matter. So I think like there's some very interesting connection between what you talk about with hope and materialization, if that makes sense. Like the very nature of materialization, I think, has got some connection with hope.
I like it. That makes a lot of sense because a hoop is able to, expand into more cycles of opportunity, whereas a line is kind of never ending, goes into nowhere. So the hoop,
there's that too.
Yeah, it's really powerful. It's a sacred thing where the hoop kind of it's like the journey of the hero is like in a loop. Reminds me of that.
And the hoop, hope, hoof, and hobe. And so like then we talk about hobo, and like a lot of these words that we've sort of just become accustomed to. What is that? Somebody that wanders the land. It's a certain like idea of like freedom being implied by that, which is really interesting. And I think that this is why Project Blue Book exists as we know it.
Yeah.
Because the engineers of our society do not want us to have hope.
It's true. Trying to draw us out of that hoop.
Yeah, they want us to be under the hoof,
Yeah.
burned down to the ground, you know?
Yeah.
And they want us looking at the sky like it's out there somewhere. They don't want us looking here at reality and going, you know what? There's hope here. We can change this. We can make this better. It's like your answers. And so look at the New Age movement. So many of the one of the New Age movements involves like, okay, the Christian New Age movement involves, what do you call it? God comes with a magic wand, waves it. Everybody that's good goes to heaven. Everybody else gets destroyed. What do you call that? The rapture. Okay. So there's the Christian version of it that's been provided for religious people. Okay. Then there's the other version of it, which is the extraterrestrials are coming to save us. Right? They're going to come in their motherships. They're going to pick up all of us that are elevated our consciousness enough to be in this field of vibration where we are one with this extraterrestrial brothers and sisters, ready to have our DNA upgraded. Whichever religious narrative you like, there's one for each group of people, right? And then those that have hope, there's two options for them. Those that don't have hope, your options are simple. You're living in a material, mechanistic, machine world where there's no soul, right? And once the body's done, that's it. It's the end of the story. So they've got three options. They've got hope for people that believe in religion. They've got hope for people that believe in science. And then they've got hopelessness for those that don't fit into either of those categories. So they've given us three categories to choose from, effectively. And all three of them are materialistic philosophies, even though the religious one doesn't seem like it. And even though the extraterrestrial coming to save us in their motherships doesn't seem like it either. And then for those that slip out of those three categories, they've got the final fourth category, which is fear. Is that a summary of what's going on?
Yeah, I would say so. That's a good summary. Also, I would consider that like there's different levels between fear and hope. Like I think hope's not really like the final opposite of fear. I feel like faith would be like the certainty of knowing that things are gonna work out. Whereas hope is like, all right, things might not work out. I'm gonna choose that they will, but you don't really have that faith yet. So there's like before hope, there's like desire. It's like I want something different. But when you have desire, it's kind of like I need to really work it out. I haven't really figured out how this desire is going to manifest. It's just an urge right now. When it's hope, it's like, all right, I've done what I could, but I hope that things are going to play out after I've done my homework and tried to figure out how to do this right. And then I feel like when you get to faith, it's like, I know things are going to work out because I'm going to take the steps to do it. And it's going to work out right. But if you have like a faith for things to work out and you haven't built like self-efficacy, you could kind of lead yourself astray, but then you end up with, these challenges, tribulations, where you start to learn from these experiences. You don't learn from succeeding easily from every time,
Yeah, I think that's quite accurate. I think like that hope is a journey to faith.
Yeah.
Hope is the journey. And faith is when you've earned your stripes.
Right. I like that.
But like you get to faith by moving through hope until your hope becomes hopeless. But there's still hope within the hopelessness.
Yeah.
And then you notice that there's a cycle. Hope, hopeless, hope, hopeless, hope, hopeless. And then you notice, but hold on, there's a cycle.
That reminds me of the hope that you mentioned earlier.
With the hoop, that turning hoop. And then you recognize that there's a process happening here that's bigger than us.
Yeah.
And that process is sort of repeating patterns
Absolutely. And they failed to mention the last stage of the hero is when he fails from his arrogance for succeeding and then failing to remain humble and then losing everything. And then maybe being killed or dying or having everything taken from him. And then the cycle begins again. But they don't mention that last stage because without it, there could be no cycle. They bring you to an end stage where the hero always wins and then goes into a happily living after kind of situation.
Or maybe he no longer has the need for any of that. And he's sacrificing it all.
Next level.
And he's just like, well, I'm done with all of this now. I don't need it anymore. I'm going out into the unknown. And you know what? I need nothing. Maybe that's faith.
Yep. So maybe then you go to another plane where you're at the bottom rung now. You're going out to get out and to put your feet down on the ground, but you ain't done this much yet. But by the time you get back, what you're doing, yeah.
And then you get to the end of that rung, and then you're back. It's like a fractal universe.
Yeah.
A never-ending ladder that you climb.
Yeah.
Just when you get to the top of the ladder, you realize you're at the bottom of the next ladder. It's like a game of snakes and ladders. How's that game of snakes and ladders? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
As children, the snakes push you down and the ladders take you up.
Yeah.
So you're going up to the ladder, down to the snake, up to the ladder, down to the snake, up to the ladder, down to the snake. And it's a game of chance that is using 2 cubes.
Yeah, it's kind of biblical a lot in that sense, if you put it that way. The snake is descending, like the ladder of Jacob is like ascending.
And the 2 cubes is traditionally the altar. All the old altars were a double cube.
So you got the black cube and the white cube.
And so they chop the 2 cubes in half. And you got to roll the 2 cubes.
Wow.
Which represents the altar. And that's the sacrifice. It's an interesting concept.
How do you roll the cubes? They're chopped.
Sorry?
You chop the cubes in half?
Yeah. No, on the double cube. Because traditionally an altar was always a double cube.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you imagine
Solomon's Temple?
An altar would normally be about 4 feet high.
2 feet across?
Sorry, did I say 4 feet high? I'm talking nonsense.
That sounds right.
Between 2 and 3 feet high.
Okay. Yeah, sounds better.
Because if you imagine the human body as a double cube, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then, sorry, double cube. If you imagine the human body as a triple cube, so you got less than 6 feet here. So a double cube would then be about a bit less than 4 feet. So it's about 1.2 meters. And that's the height that altars would have always been at. And so it relates to 2/3, like from a number perspective, which is an interesting concept. And so traditionally, that's the altar would be that size. It would be 2/3 of your body. Like if you put your hands out in front of you, right, like this, they're about 2/3 of the height of your body. So if you're standing up and you're working and you've got a workstation, how high must your workstation be? About 2/3, right? Because you don't want to keep your arms up there that high because it's not comfortable. You want your arms to be a bit lower than your shoulders. Yeah. And so if you put your arms like this and you bend your arms, and you do that, that's going to be about 1.2 meters high, which is the height of an altar that you can work on. It's very interesting the way all of the maths and the shapes of these things come together, and why traditionally it's always been a double cube, which relates to Al Shaddai. Yeah. So the Yeshut is the sphere of Al Shaddai, of the Sefirot, and that relates to a double cube, which is the altar, the sacrifice, which relates to the id, and the subconscious impulses. So what we're supposed to sacrifice on the double cube are our desires and impulses in order to become more than our personal desires and impulses, if that makes sense. In other words, not selfish. And here's another word for the hoof, right? Another way of representing hoof, and I think you might like this, is hof. Hof. And hof means court.
Huff with a U? F?
Yeah. Hof.
Double F?
That's hoof. Interesting, but it's
Huff.
hof means in Germanic and Afrikaans and Dutch it means court. So if you get a summons to go to court, you have to go to hof.
Ah, okay.
And when you get a summons to go to court, there's no hope there for you.
Oh no, that's interesting. The Dogons talk about the Dogons talk about the Nomo, teaching them about how to have an elder counsel them if there's a conflict amongst the village. And 10,000 years ago, they have the foundation of the court system, where you would consult an elder to come up with a resolution, and the elder would have the person of wrong help the other person fix the situation that they had broken. And so through the ages, over 10,000 years, it's developed into the court system, the magistrate that we have today. But it's interesting to see the roots of it in Africa have survived for like 10,000 years untouched in the Dogons. But I can imagine how corrupt Africa and westernized Africa, you don't want to go to court. No, sir.
I don't think you want to go to any court.
No, anywhere in westernized society. Absolutely not.
Because you only lose in court.
Yeah.
Even when you win, you lose.
Yeah, we consider it to be dead or lost at sea chattel. So they don't consider us to be anything of value in court. And the state is supposed to be our trustee, so
you lose currency.
Yeah. So Marine Admiralty law.
It's gonna cost.
All over our heads. They're trying to keep us under.
It cuts us down to size. It's like, oh, you've got too much money, you've got too much power. We'll sort that out. Put you in court. How much money did Trump just lose in court?
Man, too much. A lot.
He lost a bundle of money in court. He was extremely rich. Now he's just rich.
He had to bail out of his troubles.
Yeah. So it's interesting how they can cut you down to size using the hof.
Yeah.
Which is like to take your hope away from you with the hoof. Bring that hoof down on you.
Right.
Crush you. Yeah, it's very interesting, man. So have we covered most of the topics? Alternative technology, we've spoken about this a lot, haven't we?
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine most of the people that come to our sort of discussions are probably all very much aware of that we've been lied to about technology on Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. The question is, like, is it a linear thing where our technology is going to approach their technology, or Are they kind of like leading us along little by little? Or we're going to just develop different technologies? Maybe they're trying to see what we would create instead.
I think it's about who owns the technology.
Yeah.
So that it's like it's here, and so only some of us will be allowed it. And so they're giving us the carrot and the stick. If you play our game we've given you to play, Snakes and Ladders, the financial Snakes and Ladders, if you get to the top of the board, you get invited into a room where you've got all these other options, right? If you make enough money, you'll get to see like a different way of living. But if you don't, you know, it's the rabble for you. That's what it was called in ancient Greece, wasn't it? The rabble, being part of the rabble.
It's interesting. You don't really hear too much about people in the elite coming into a place where they're finally like have access to the gods or the angels or alien technology or opportunities, assistance by angels or aliens or such. It seems always more sinister and clandestine. When you get to higher levels, you're more corrupted, and at that point you're like, maybe they're trying to discourage us from getting up there, but it seems like you're at that point part of an elite cabal where you have to participate in like horrific human sacrifices, child and infant sacrifices and things to participate in the elite. Then they have like you as a lever because they have footage of you participating in this stuff. And if any of you do against what they say, then they can show this footage. And so they have all these levers in different institutions so that they can control the world through the world banks and the law and through the police and the medicine, the doctors. It's all controlled according to the stories that we hear, you know. But if it's really great up there and you get to a point where you get to ride in the UAPs and go to the chosen lands, that you just not allowed, you have to sign an NDA. You're not allowed to talk about it. You have to talk about the pretend story, the bad narrative. That could very well be a case. But it seems to me intuitively that that's not necessarily where people get from climbing up that ladder. And just because they climb that ladder, I feel like by spiritual ascension, you would more likely to be chosen by the ascended ones, more of in a psychic nature, whereas like societally, if you were financially ascended, only then could you reach the people that could give you the access to a higher place. But of course, maybe you have to become a Freemason and get to these different stages of understanding first.
I would say that makes sense. You know, I think you're right that it's much more sinister. I think maybe what happens is on the process of going up there, you get walked on.
Yeah.
And you get warped and you get bent and you get used by other people. And so your personal power gets taken away from you.
The way that they say it is because they want to build your resilience so that you're completely unshakable and completely loyal. They traumatize you in the most horrific situations, but they say it's to strengthen the individual. But the things that they do to them, even as children, is unspeakable. It makes me cry just thinking about it, you know. And the thing is, they go into Stockholm syndrome early on. So they're like, this is normal. This is what you do. We're going to do this to our kids too. And it's like, oh my God, why would you participate in anything like that?
You know, I think what happens is that they do it to them when they're kids.
Yeah.
Sort of like if a child is being abused by a narcissist, they'll probably become an abusive narcissist.
Yep. Psychopathy is definitely inherited.
Yeah, it's a generational thing. So in order to be part of this thing, you've got to be young enough. This is why you've got to be accepted when you're still before you're completely an adult, while you're still in college and school. you get pulled in. And then the rituals of embarrassment and humiliation start. And then your personal power, I think, gets stripped away from you, like you say, under the guise that they're making you stronger.
Right.
But then that stronger that they make you involves you having power over other people.
Yes.
Instead of personal power. So you exchange personal power. One exchanges personal power for power over other people. And then because the price paid is personal power, one has to exercise that power over other people to get some sense of power. Otherwise, there is no power. And it's all been for nothing.
They kind of go on the promise that they're going to be the underling now, but they're going to have people under them later, I think, a lot of times, which they don't always get necessarily. But I think
it's a very sad story.
Try to repeat that cycle, even if it's not something that's promised to them. Subconscious.
And these hidden projects. A lot of these hidden projects, a lot of people have come back and spoken about that there are beings from elsewhere involved and part of it. And it makes one wonder whether, there are a lot of beings living here that are possessed and or not themselves. Like if one's DNA gets tweaked and changed, what we were talking about earlier, then the soul's got a different blueprint. Then who's actually operating the body? So could this arm prick adventure that we had on, which is essentially a genetic manipulation, be designed to create potential walk-ins for other beings that want to drive these crafts of bodies? But these bodies have got to be collaborated to their frequencies of vibration in order for them to walk in. And so possession has always been a part of witchcraft, right? And demonic possession has always been a thing.
Yes.
And so we got to ask ourselves, what's this demonic possession? And how does it relate to what we call extraterrestrials? Like, because there's obviously goodies and baddies. There's always going to be the polarity, right? There's always going to be beings that are exploitive. Like in humans, for example, humans are quite a great civilization. And as a civilization, we care about the environment and we care about whales, but there's still some bloody whalers out there. Most of the people you know find the idea of whales being hunted horrendous, right? But there's still some nasty people out there that do this. And so even in extraterrestrial culture, this must be the case, if that makes sense. There must be some that fall through the hoops and then become exploiters of and stand against what the group represents, in the same way that the group here on Earth seems to represent positive and wholesome, healthy things. But yeah, it's an interesting notion. I think we've come to like most of what we've been talking about. Most of what we... what else is there you want to throw at the table?
I like that the story of William Tompkins lines up with the story of George Van Tassel and the story of the Third Reich working with Maria Orsic. They all had the same experience. It's very, very fascinating to tie those three together. I never really connected the dots between those three. But to speak of the UAPs, it's interesting that they mentioned the Nordics, who I think are associated with a cigar shape or a Tic Tac shaped craft. Then we have different ones and different races, which to me, I like to associate with the different races of the ancestors that live in the sacred realm and the inner earth. Because to me, my research brings me back to the stories of the Nephilim, or the fallen angels, being exiled from their sanctuary, and so the Enlilites are left on the surface to rule over mankind, who are their legions that they rebelled with, and then the Enkyites have returned to the center of the earth and have their sanctuary there. Now, on the surface, the Enkyites are demonized. So the thought of wisdom or deeper understanding is stigmatized. To know the difference between right and wrong was something that we were poisoned by. So it's a bit confusing and backwards. But in the research I've done, things have been turned upside down, and so as above, so below. You can think things that way. They want us to think of as above, out there in outer space, so below, like as in down here. But you have to also consider as above the surface, so below the surface. So we know there's deep underground military bases down there. And the story goes that after Lemuria was destroyed, many of the Lemurians went underground to Mount Shasta and created Telos, where the beings there resemble the Nordics. They're about 9 to 12 feet tall with platinum blonde hair and pale white skin, and they wear white robes. And they've lived there, and they're invisible to us if they want to be. They're on another dimension, and they live there with other animals that retreated to the inner earth that no longer wanted to be here, but are also invisible to us if they don't want to show themselves to us. And so that also kind of ties in with a lot of the talk about the Nordic stuff. Then you have the Atlanteans, who also retreated underground after the second deluge. And one of the Atlantean cities is said to be under Brazil. Then you have the stories of Agartha and Shambhala under the Himalayas. And Sanyev, the works of Sanyev. Also, Madame Blavatsky suggests that they had access to Shambhala or Agartha, at least to their literature. Sanyev was, I think, denied from access to Agartha because it was hard. It's very hard for Europeans to accept that there's a race of higher technology than themselves. And so their arrogance would always limit them for access to be able to access Agartha. But there's some people that have said to have accessed it, like Rorik and his crew went into the caves of the Himalayas and were there with some giants that they stayed with for a long time. They only had enough of supplies for a couple weeks, but they were gone for months, 6 months. And they were going out in search of these gateways to an inner Earth civilization, and were said to have found it. So I think part of the situation is that the gateways are very sacred, and so when people are able to access them, they're very discouraged from mentioning where these gateways are. But some of the gateways that have been mentioned by Blavatsky is like in the Tibetan Buddhists are protecting one of the gateways there. Some of the other gateways are said to be Mammoth Cave here in the Americas and Mount Shasta. There's also several other ones throughout the Americas and all around the globe. Of course, the pyramids of Egypt and Busegi Mountain in Romania, and a spot in Iraq where they found some ancient ruins of a Vimana craft, are all said to connect to these tunnels of the inner Earth, and they've been blocked until the end of this dark age, according to a prophecy. And the prophecy of the Kabbalah also suggests that until there's a time of the utmost egotistic stage of our transgression, will not begin to awaken, and at that point, it is said that the gates will be open, and that the ancestral races will come back to assist us in our ascension from this dark age. We're being misled by evil leaders of the Enlilites. But also, some people consider this fact that there's just a good cop, bad cop situation going on, where if we were given the power right now, we would probably abuse it. So it's better to be obedient and guided right now until a point where we can have more self-mastery and self-understanding, so that we can then be given more access to more responsibilities and power when we're liberated. So I like that.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, where I live, there's a San tradition legend, or Khoi. We call them the Khoi San, the indigenous, the equivalent of Aboriginals, you know. But yeah, the true indigenous people of Southern Africa, not the Xhosa, not the Zulu, not the Caucasian, you know, the Dutch, the British, the Bushmen. And their legends speak about entrances into Table Mountain that go under the mountain, that go deep down into the earth. So you'll find this everywhere. And a lot of the old buildings have subterranean connections that connect old buildings to other old buildings, right?
Yeah.
And so these entire subterranean parts of cities, God knows where that leads.
It makes me wonder if like the mud flood was a thing and they were trying to cover up these lower levels of these buildings in mud because they had access through those lower levels into these tunnels that led elsewhere, because that's what they're finding when they look at these buried lower levels. They're finding also tunnel systems that there was down there as well. So, and some of those
that connect up different cities.
Yeah. So that stuff's always really strange too. But
It
that's
stands to reason that we would have like transportational systems down there, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why would we have fuel guzzling things up there when we could have electromagnetic pods that shoot through tubes under the earth quickly?
Yep.
That are efficient, don't waste energy, and can get us wherever we want to go, and get to points where they can even go deeper down, where, you know, where a lot of beings have retracted to. And so then the whole Tatario story starts to come into focus, doesn't it? Like, what's going on here? Where did the giants go? Did we really wipe them all out? Because we've got modern architecture that were made for giants. When you see a small door inside a big door, there's like, you've got to scratch your head, right? That's not logical. So, because nobody builds a door that's too big for people, right?
I know it.
Why would that? Illogical.
It's crazy. Those are huge.
To build a door that's like 10 feet tall, like, why are you going to build a door that's so hard to open? You got to get like, call your friends, can you help us open the door? That's stupid. Why don't you just make a correct size door that you can open and close yourself? No, I like it when I have to call all my friends to help me open the door. It just doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, there were big people that would open those doors by themselves. And then we came along and inherited what was left.
Right.
And decided to, well, we can't use that big door. It's too hard for us. Let's put a little door in the bottom of that door. And a lot of these old buildings, the ceilings are like way too high. No. It was just fashion to build high ceilings. Why not? I'm building a dwelling. I may as well make the ceiling so high that I can't clean it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the ceiling so far away that I can't reach the cobwebs. That's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's got to be dangerous. Someone's got to go up there and risk their lives to clean that ceiling. That's how you want it, right? It just doesn't add up.
It's funny. Yeah, so, and in the movie Elf, they talk to Will Ferrell like he's really important around there, because he's like, I'm really bad at building toys. Like, we really need you here. How else are we gonna put like more new light bulbs in? You can just stand there and clean the ceiling and put the light bulbs in. So it's a good thing to have them giants around for. You know, building those big old structures, I bet.
I wonder what they're talking about there, really. Like, what's the message? It's interesting.
Literally, like, to move those stones would have taken giants as well. And to me, it's like, unless the things was different, the pressure, gravity was different, perhaps in relation to our proximity to Sirius. You never know. Maybe the whole thing could change. Maybe there's more electrostatic energy and things are just starting to float after we get to a different place. But I think unless without that, I think it's pretty obvious that there were some giants at play helping to move some stones to create these huge megalithic structures. They call it Cyclopean megalithic architecture. So I think there's a good chance that they had something to do with it. Now, whether or not they were slaves or not, I don't know. I think there's a lot of people who said that they were very wise spiritual leaders. Of course, they fell into dismay towards the end of their time here as they were haunted. Maybe some were chosen and taken away. Which reminds me of the Alaskan Triangle I was going to mention. There was a special on this recently. But I saw a video on this years ago. The Alaskan Triangle is much like the Bermuda Triangle in the sense that a lot of people disappear. But the stories of the native Inuits there suggest that these people are the chosen ones that disappear, are taken away to a sanctuary of what they consider to be the Otter people, or they call it the Hashtaka. Whereas Bermuda Triangle has that ominous feel where they're kind of being taken away to hell or something evil or killed or disappeared to somewhere unknown. The Alaskan Triangle has kind of a different feel to it where the people are taken to a better place. They're the chosen ones, which I sure hope that's the case with a lot of these Native American women disappearing in Alaska. It'd be nice to know that they're going to someplace better than just disappearing like the way they are.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many of these ridiculous images out there, right?
Yeah, but in the watching that, the people were like found to have disappeared out of nowhere. They were on a race in the middle of the snow. Their tracks just stopped. They're completely gone. And these accounts are very common up there. People just disappear out of thin air and just vanish right in front of people's eyes. Very strange situation. But if you have people that can walk around amongst us unseen, and then you're the chosen one all of a sudden, and you're unseen, maybe that's how that works. Who knows?
I mean, when you look at it, right? So let me throw out a couple of pictures for people to enjoy. It's just, it's mindless when you look at what you're seeing. And I've seen loads of pictures of like France, for example, where you can see like places which are like modern places in the 1800s, where there's photos in the crowd of people ranging like with a huge range of height. I'm talking about from 3 meters to 1.5 meters. Do you know what I mean?
So
and it's not unusual. Like you look in the crowd and you see, oh, that one's really big. That one's
when was it from the 1800s?
That one's quite small. That one's really big. That one's, you know?
Yeah.
And there's photographs all around. Like, let's take a look at some of the most fascinating photographs there are. And you know.
Yeah.
So let's see what we got here. Okay, we are in full.
Wow.
Which one am I on?
What you're saying here? This looks odd. How are these people so different sized? I feel like there's something going on here.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's something.
There's something going on there. They're not all the same size people.
I got one.
And
let's see.
Look at this. I'll show you a couple.
Look at this. Look at this guy right here. This old guy right here is tiny, and then look at this guy over here. Now,
look at this.
Very much a different size, much bigger.
What are we looking at?
This is in Paris. Is a crowd in the 1800s. Mid-Lent in Paris. The game of Serpentine.
Wow.
But there's
so
something huge in here.
It's not that uncommon, and it's not a disease.
This guy.
Look at those doorways in the background. That building was built by giants for giants.
Yeah,
It's so obvious, isn't it?
absolutely. This guy stands apart from the crowd. Right here in the middle of that building on the right. Go down a little bit. There's a giant guy stands
Yeah.
a person higher than everyone else.
There's a lot of them,
Yeah.
literally. And look at this one.
Whoa. I love these when you see
In the early 20th century, on the island of Maupiti in French Polynesia, myth spoke of a race of gentle giants who lived in harmony with the land, safeguarding the island and its inhabitants from outside threats.
Don't know how I got to TikTok.
the giant alligator. Yeah, this is huge.
But you
He
keep going, and it's just share this instead. Look at this one.
We find stuff that they used to have, like giant hammers and swords. It's completely inexplicable unless it was a giant that could wield it and create it. The things are bigger than us, but we can carry. Giant helmets found under the sea.
That's not a disease, is it?
Not at all. That's a different race. I feel like a different race of us.
And it's not somebody wearing clothes. Look at the size of the head, size of the hands.
Yeah.
It's not a disguise. It's not clever this or that. This isn't a painting or a drawing. This is a photograph. It's just very interesting.
What I like about it's like, how come the dinosaurs were so big and then they became birds and the birds are so small? But then, like, so much later, like, we were that much bigger and then became small in such a smaller time frame. Makes me wonder if, like, dinosaurs were around longer than we thought or something.
I have memory of being big.
Me too. The past life?
And I could do things I can't do now. Like my brain could do things I can't do now, my mind.
Yeah.
So I think that there's like a time when we were all giants.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe some of us went into the earth. Like, look at it like this. Where do you find those big sharks deep in the oceans? Where do you find the giant squid deep in the oceans? In the old times, all the squid were giants. But everything that's closer to the surface has become smaller. The things that are deep down in the bottom of the ocean are still big. In Marinas Trench, they find huge things coming out of there. So what would happen if a race of giants went deep down into the earth? Would they not shrink?
All right. Maybe not.
Like everything else has. Like you look at the size of bugs that have become that big, right?
Mm.
We've got fossils of these things that big. They're the same bugs. They don't exist anymore that big. They now exist this big. So, like, when did these bugs turn into that? And when did those big trees turn into these small trees? And when did humans, there's definitely been some kind of earth changes.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like there's a time when there was no moon or seasons, and there was a major cataclysm. I believe it was probably when Tiamat was destroyed by the moons of Nibiru, and then one of the moons, either that was hurled off of Tiamat, or Tiamat's moon itself was hurled crushed into Earth, and then pulled away, and then went into orbit facing Earth. And I feel like that's the only way that two orbs can orbit in such a proximity to each other with this facing each other at all times like that. If they've hit each other and maybe it was spinning and then it stopped its spin and started to spin in a different way, I feel like it'd be a very dramatic impact so that its momentum would have had to stop completely, because otherwise its momentum would have carried it in a way where it would start to spin away and we would see the far side. But I feel like that the fact that people have mentioned that historically there was times where there was not a moon or seasons, and then all of a sudden there was a cataclysm and a flood, and all of a sudden there was a moon and seasons. there's a mention of an ancient deluge happening around 100,000 years ago, and then more recent ones happening like 10,000 years ago or 20,000 years ago as well. So
Makes sense.
yeah, so there could have been a bunch of different things that went on. I think the original one was the destruction of Tiamat, which I believe potentially the human race may have came from the people that came from Tiamat as refugees. And those people from Tiamat may very well have been from Venus originally, which was habitable up until 750 million years ago. Whatever happened there, their day is longer than their year now, which they say having a moon can slow down your orbit and eventually cause that kind of a thing over time. And that our moon is slowing us down because of our tides.
Like I would say, like according to the like old things, apparently Nibiru came crashing through the hammered bracelet.
Yeah.
And when
Yes.
it crashed through the hammered bracelet, mostly what was in the hammered bracelet was rocks and water. And so
Yeah.
that was then became the asteroid belt.
Yeah. And some of it crashed into us, becoming the upper waters.
Yeah.
And the lower waters became the asteroid belt. And then those upper waters, some of the water that crashed into us is still inside the earth underneath the plates. There's giant oceans of water underneath us.
Yeah.
It doesn't connect
Yeah.
to our oceans, which is strange, but it could be explained by that impact, that kind of an impact. Like a
It
giant
definitely seems to be something that affected all of the planets in our solar system as we
Yeah.
can see them.
And then there was a massive
Because-
impact too, which released a lot of different waters. So these waters from outside of our planet, you know, who knows what they bring with them too, good and bad things.
Wow.
People have interpreted Genesis as an explanation of the Enuma Elish, which elaborates the story of the gods, where there's also a parallel story of the creation of our solar system that aligns with their narrative, in which they suggest that Nibiru crushed Tiamat in the way that Nibiru comes around across the planetary plane of orbit and collects the planets. And so those planets were what crushed Tiamat. In the Bible, the way they translated it into Hebrew, it said that is the breath of God. So those planets are the breath of Nibiru in the Hebrew sense. And they were gathered up from Uranus and Neptune, according to the story. Now, maybe the moon and Mercury could be moons that had been gathering up the breath of Nibiru and had been shed upon impact with something else.
Theia Mart. Mart, measure. Theia. Interesting. Well, brother, I think we've come to the full show. It's 5 hours and 16 minutes. We cracked over the 5 hours. I was trying to keep it under the 5.
All right.
We start talking inner earth and giants, we're gonna get lost. We're gonna be like hours. But it's been a total gas, and it's been an honor. And thank you for bringing your vast intellect and your heart to this space, as always. I hope everybody in the chat got what you guys came for. How's this? Just got to mention this. Josie was saying this. Check this out. Okay, no, sorry, that wasn't the one. So there was like a guy who was like huge working the door at a downtown club, and he reckons the guy could have been like 14 foot tall. Okay, even if that's an exaggeration, like I think there might still be really big people around, and we've been convinced to believe that it's a disease called gigantism.
Yep, I think you're right. Because if you look at them, they look totally different, like twice our size. Their skulls are much bigger. They have giant hands.
But that stands to reason, especially if the race had lived under the earth and then emerged and still giant and now suffering under the gravity, the changes on the surface of the earth.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to experience that same kind of thing in the earth, are you? Who knows?
Right. It's a different
We're
place.
told that the gravity increases, but is that really what's going on? Who knows?
Yeah, you don't really know. It's a paradoxical effect in a lot of things. I know alligators and crocodiles are able to like dig like 50 meters underground. They go really far. They're like the farthest digging animal. And they go down there. They're able to survive many extinctions by going down through into the ground and getting re-emerging. So even if the gravity is
Interesting.
stronger, it would make you stronger and condition you over time to be probably more stout. And then when you came to the surface, things would be easier up here, if there is a difference.
50 meters is a long way.
Yeah.
And that's at the bottom of a pool of water.
Yeah.
So they're swimming down and then they're digging. And how do they breathe?
I don't know. Maybe there's just oxygen comes from the soil. That's what I would think. I'm not sure. I thought about that.
What an interesting concept. What a crazy concept. Well, brother, so much love to you and so much love to everybody in the chat. It's been great. You guys have been giving us really interesting. Some salamander man. Sounds interesting. I think that's something we're going to have to talk about. The idea between about humans and the emergence from the water and races from the sea. Maybe different kinds of humans that lived in the sea, whether it's us or whether it's our brothers and sisters. And the phenomenon that happened off the coast of South Africa. Yeah?
Yeah.
It's an interesting discussion topic, I think. Because like the sounds that came out of there were not whales. People try to say it was whales, but there were languages. There were beings screaming, and there was like underwater explosions happening, and seismograph was going crazy, and there was like literally the screaming of these beings, but there was like in languages under the water. And so we could be talking about like the last cities of the mermaids that were discovered by our lot, and they were like, I know, let's blow it up, you know, because that's what we always do. Ooh, something new to blow up, you know. This is the madness that humanity has become. Sending you all so much love, blessings, peace, honor, and respect. And to you, dear brother, I can't wait to go and exercise my freedom in the loo and let my dogs go out and have a wee-wee. And it's been a total gas. I hope you guys all enjoyed it. And much love, much blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Bye.
Much love.